Mitofo. So we're back again for being open to non-thought, looking at, hearing at, feeling at, the heart at, the body at, the mind at, non-thought. Specifically in this, not seeking for something. Giving a chance for the heart to arrive at, be at, not seeking for something. And also not being involved with something. But we might get distracted or confused, or something might come up inside of ourselves. So returning to being concerned with Buddhism, being concerned with meditation, being concerned with enlightenment, not being concerned with consuming anything, watching anything, listening to anything, buying anything, scrolling through anything, but to really allow the heart to open. So we will retreat. I would have liked to have been in the silence of the cemetery. But we cannot. we can see if our microphones are working better now. Just let me know if you get any cracking, any noise, any strange noises. So one of the biggest practices and mindsets I try to work with is in whatever I'm doing, not to try and get anything from that. So one Zen master says this as just do. Just go straight. Don't think about it, just go straight. Just go straight. Don't think, just go straight. And don't know. Only don't know. Something like that, you know? Ego is just another thought, not something we have to be controlled by or believe in. Christians have to believe in the ego in one way or another, because there is a teaching of a soul, like an eternal, deep down, true version of yourself. But in Buddhism, we don't actually believe in a soul. We don't believe in like this real, true, solid version of yourself. Instead, it's like cause and effect only. Everything is cause and effect only. Everything is just like particles interacting or causes and conditions interacting. This is very easy and very difficult to understand, Aizo. And something about being human in the modern world is that we don't really care about understanding. We don't care much about looking deeply, because we're really, really caught up in our desires. We're really, really caught up in how much we can be entertained by scrolling on TikTok, how much we can be entertained by, even getting into conflict or trolling online. So we say, ego isn't really a real word in the modern world. Same with cultural appropriation. We don't really know what that means, most people, because there's not much experience of other cultures for a lot of people in America. Even though America is kind of known as like a melting pot, because we all follow so closely, like the media the American music, American TVs, American movies, TV shows. Oh, this is a nice spot, huh? And sometimes I have to scream it and yell it, but you know, there's actually knowing somebody or actually knowing what's going on. And then there's not actually knowing someone and not actually knowing what's going on. I always bring it up because those people who reach out, it's like somehow they are a little bit open. They are a little bit touched by this experience. You know what I mean? Like and all they know how to do is react, not to listen, not to look deeply, not to question. And that's American schooling, isn't it? We're not taught to question anything. We're not allowed, we're not invited. We're certainly not taught to look question and to look deeply and to question. We're just taught to answer the question with what we studied, you know, what we experienced. And here, this has never been experienced before by anyone. No one has ever experienced this before. So let's get some coffee. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Today is going to be an amazing day for Buddhism. It's going to be an amazing day for mindfulness and detachment. We're going to look at some Zen Buddhism teachings. We're going to get excited. We're going to get deep into it. We're going to get worked up. We're going to get worked out. We are going to open the heart together. We're going to open up the heart together. Come on, everybody. We can do this. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Today's gonna be a Buddhist day. Maybe they didn't teach this class in school, but I'm gonna teach it here. This is the Buddhism class that you didn't get in school. Let yourself be a little bit annoyed. Life is annoying, you know what I mean? If we're good at being annoyed, we're going to be good at being in life, being with life. Maybe everyone can share how old they are, what country they're watching from. And we'll talk about it. We're not in a hurry. We'll ask our questions, we'll share our experiences, and we'll go through it. The city's so noisy, such a mess, huh? I'll just get Columbia cappuccino hot. Yeah, for here. So we're doing this live for everyone, not for ourselves, not for myself. Because now I'm on my spiritual journey. I'm on my spiritual path. And one of my favorite teachers, actually two of my favorite teachers, one talks about how you don't try to meditate. Don't fixate, don't resolve, don't try to clench or go deep into relaxation or anything like that, but rather give. Give the blessing, give the ending, give the forgiveness, to use the word everything, beyond things. And my other teacher, he says, this path and this practice is about doing good deeds without limits, with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And one of the things that I teach and that I emphasize here is to look at this, because these aren't clothes that you normally see. I'm not a person that you would probably normally meet. And, we all get this chance to be here together right now. So actually to stop being in a hurry. And a lot of the times, the ways that we try to practice meditation, we try to get ahead. We try to get ahead of our ego or get that enlightenment. And we just end up seeking more. Just like how we scroll and scroll and scroll on YouTube and TikTok, consuming, distracting ourselves and all that. And this has led us to be extremely reactionary. And reactionary and acting strangely, because we reach out or we get involved in ways that are not realistic. It's like if you want to say something to someone, it's like if you met someone on the street and you said, "You are not a monk," and then you walked away, you'd be basically, what do the kids say? The kids say that'd be, autistic in some way. That would be ridiculous. And, I see Mr. Rick here is asking if I'm new to Buddhism. And I was actually a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So thank you, Nolan, for the donation. That's much appreciated. I think Nolan's the same person who donated $300 out of the blue on the live stream the other day. So today I think we're going to look at some Zen Buddhism together. Cooked, yeah, that's much better, isn't it, to say that they're cooked. Just normal, just let it be. Whatever it is, just let that be that way. So, firstly, smack. So how do you I'll pin this message. How do you maintain consistency in practice instead of yo-yoing? Patience. Smack. Patience is probably the most important answer to that. Patience and an openness to being, an openness to going through the yo-yoing. Because it's when you're identifying with the yo-yoing that you're stuck on the end of the string, going up and down. But when you don't identify with that, when you don't hold on to that idea of yourself going up and down in practice, then you're just practicing where you are right now. And you can breathe, and you can open the heart, and you can relax the body and mind where you are right now, to really connect. Because maybe the biggest part of our practice is it's like, what are we concerned with? What are we involved with? What are we investing in? What are we coming back to again and again? So it's not like being this in this ultimate position of meditating all the time, or doing this, having this kind of practice that's like becoming a monk and living in the forest. But it's, what are you really investing in? Where do you really put your heart? Where do you really put your consideration in? And we don't always have like right now I have a platform to stay concerned and involved in the path. I have a platform of my experience of 7 years as living as a monk, training with teachers, and also having this platform to like live stream and to share and to connect with people, right? So I can stay involved. I have something to do. I have a way to volunteer. I have a way to give. But this is just an expression of how I'm staying concerned with this topic and this context in a totally imperfect way. Staying concerned with and in the context of mindfulness and detachment and Buddhism and meditation and giving and sharing and deprioritizing just doing for myself. Because if you really have an open heart and an open mind, you can't do this just for yourself, because you're receiving different people, you're receiving different experiences. We're all sharing that together, so we can fight or we can give. And the giving is also a kind of listening, for sure. Deeply listening. The same reason that people die. It's just impermanence. It's just change. purpose is to be free and not to be like this programmed matrix dweller. You know, I get sometimes in our live streams, we get maybe 20,000 viewers coming in and going out. Most of those people don't stay very long. And sometimes we get thousands and thousands of comments. And within those thousands of comments, there's a handful, 10, 20, 30, 40 that are unique, that are people speaking from their unique, interesting experience. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand, is that their lack of generosity, their lack of willingness to detach from their view, from their ego, from their preconception, it doesn't allow them to connect with anything. It doesn't allow them to deepen their experience with anything. And so they're going along the lines just with this kind of reprogrammed or pre-programmed identity. You know what I mean? And that's, I don't want to be in that. I want to be a breakout. I don't care if it's a success or a failure. I just want to break out. You see what I'm saying? It's not about feeling pleasant or unpleasant. I just want to be free. Free from attachment to those feelings. We're all going through change. And experiencing suffering, feeling how difficult it is for us to be with ourselves, to focus on our breathing, to be with our heart. And then we make up these ideas about other people that don't come from our real experience. What is a preacher? What is a follower? What are you even talking about? It's not clear. And now in social media, we've just become completely disconnected from talking about these kinds of things, not just online, but even in person. We don't talk with anybody about anything meaningful ever. It's not about it having a reason. It's like, why did your grandma die? Or it's like, why were you born? Or it's like, why, thank you. It's like, why does my throat hurt? There's not a reason. On one hand, we can say there's not a reason, but specifically, there's not a reason that you can identify. We just pretend to identify. We pretend to identify a particular reason, just like we pretend to identify a particular explanation. But if we're not completely insane, if we're not completely psychotic, then we know that we can't just imagine up who someone else is. That's my guy. That's my Greg. Look at this. I just joined. I don't know what's going on. So this is about Buddhism and meditation. But then again, it's not really about anything. And, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So what does that mean? It doesn't really mean anything. It's just what it is. The coffee tastes fine, but I'm getting sick. We've got a sickness going around at the temple. Mr. Whale, for those of you who know Mr. Whale, he is coughing. He maybe has a throat thing, but I also have something going on. So I can also do something like this. Yeah, I don't usually get sick, but maybe it's all the screaming as well. The co-os. Are you still here, Rotten Tomatoes? I got a new case for my phone because I had to replace the screen. The screen broke, so I got a case too. The difficult thing to practice, like in this environment and in this situation, is not to get stuck in this idea of wanting more, like wanting more people to participate, wanting more people to take it seriously, wanting more people to be viewing and engaging. And so it's very possible to do that. It's very possible to step back once you notice that you're getting attached or you're clinging or you're fixating. But we don't prioritize that or emphasize that as a way for how we live our lives, you know? If I'm fixating on something, if I'm attaching onto something, to know how to step back from that, to step back from that into awareness. And to breathe in that and to be in that heart beating in awareness. Yeah, a friend of mine is actually like the greatest sword swallower in the world, like the most famous sword swallower in the world. He's from Moldova. And he left a comment, he said, how can we even talk about these things, just this kind of stuff, when we're so addicted, when we're so lost in social media? And that's really, really true. Yeah. It's so difficult. Probably. The reason that there aren't more viewers or more people that get involved with this is because they're addicts to scrolling or consuming. The same for me and you. We can be addicted to feeling pleasant things and addicted to getting away from unpleasant things. But like I said, that's really not the point. So to make it a practice for oneself, I make it a practice for myself, and you also can make it a practice for yourself. Not really anything else that we can do, but practice with this. Jim, what are you really trying to say, Jim? I'm not sure where you're coming from on this. That sounds cool, training with nunchucks. No, I mean, that's not what it's like for me. If I was interested in Zen, if I was interested in Buddhism and meditation or non-duality, I would want to come together and I'd want to talk and spend time with someone who's more experienced than me. More experienced than me. Definitely, Elric. Glad to hear it, Red. Glad to have you here. I don't know. And we can talk about that as well, the speech pattern, because that's a very interesting aspect of my journey and my life, becoming a monk, and then, now not being a monk. I wish. I'd love to come to Baltimore and start a meditation center, start a community center there. Jim, that's just a ridiculous statement, and it's fake. That's not a real statement. He's pretending. Another pretender, Jim, hiding behind his intention that he thinks nobody can see. That kind of statement is completely fake. Maybe people can really be like that. I don't know, but I am from Baltimore adjacent recently. Yeah, no, that would definitely be one of my dreams if I could be whoever I want to be and do whatever I want to be. I'd start a meditation center, a community center in a place like Baltimore City. But with the way that things are now, to really do it and to really be safe, you need so much money to do something like that. Anyways, the speech pattern is that of someone who left the world of English-speaking people and went to Asia and took refuge. Because I'm always being born again, kind of like Christianity, born again, I'm always being born again, but especially I was born again when I left home to become a monk and living in Asia. Yeah, we can talk about taking refuge too. Speech pattern involvement. Ronnie Taylor, donate to a rec center. A city like Baltimore, I love black people. I love black American culture. Not the outside expression, but like the heart, the depth. There's a depth there. There's a brotherhood, there's a sisterhood, there's a familyhood there. That's really, really profound and deeply meaningful, and something that had impact on my life growing up in Baltimore when I was a young white man. So I'm a big black fan. I'm a big fan of black Americans. And I'm 0.02% Congolese. So, no, not like rap and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've got the DNA. I'll show everybody my DNA test. Well, you're welcome here, Rotten Mouse. But you have to remember about y'all. Y'all is not. Y'all is gender, not gender exclusive. So, in the world of the world of the modern, woke is kind of dead. Woke is kind of dying out, isn't it? So, but y'all is, when you say guys, there's a lot of girls around that maybe aren't being included. So. So that's the thing about meditation and spirituality. Sometimes it's put into this box of like becoming enlightened and developing and, let's talk about the truth. And actually, this can all just be, this is what we're concerned with already. So it can be playful and it can be open and it can be flexible and it can be fun and it can be gentle and it can be curious. You know what I mean? So, well, Derp Wolf, go and get your DNA test to prove it, okay? Because I've got mine. Yeah, it's a good idea. Good idea. Respect for the OGs. Yeah, we can do guided meditation sometime, Noah. But we're not. It's not. You're not in a hurry, not in a rush to do anything like that. It's like we're all kids in some ways. There's a kid in all of us, and so it's like, are we supposed to force kids to sit down and meditate or force kids to study? No, probably not. I, Huge tiger, you're my big guy, you're my big tiger, okay? I love you, huge tiger. I'll always be here for you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the right thing to do is to step forward or to move forward. You know what I mean? Don't force kids to do anything. You know what I mean? And teaching, reframe it as sharing, reframe it as being with. And the number one thing, Tiger, that I can share with you that we can do for the children is to wander with them, to be in awe with them. There's a very specific period of time. There's a very small kind of specific period of time where children are just very accessible to this state of awe, this state of wonder, this state of unknown. And it's such a shame. It is a shame, not to shame people, but it is shameful. And so slowly we build these boxes around children to protect them or to, to manage our own lives or whatever. And they lose all sense of wonder. They lose all sense of awe at such a young age, and then they become fixated and trapped into these tablets, into these smartphones, etc., into these certain ways of thinking. And what we can do is when they're young, kindergarten kind of age, But you have to know, you have to have a relationship with this as well. The state of awe, the state of openness, the state of wonder is just go and wander with them. Go and allow them to step outside, or transport them to the park or whatever, and just let them walk. Say let's go on an adventure, let's go explore, and let them walk, and you walk behind them and facilitate their wondering and their awe. Do you understand exactly what I'm saying here? Go to a 10-day Vipassana retreat, be in Custianado, or come and live with me for your final 10 days. That would be amazing. That would be great content. That'd be fantastic. We'd live stream all day for 10 days. And that's the idea that we have, isn't it, Dazenzi? We have this idea that we know what kids need to do. We need to teach them this, we need to teach them that. But that need is oftentimes coming from a place of fear, internalized fear. And then what we're actually teaching them is not what we think we're teaching them, but actually fear, teaching them fear. So just in the same way that when the child goes to the school and you have the teacher, and children aren't computers, human beings aren't computers. So the children isn't just learning what the teacher says and what the teacher tries to teach that children to do, right? But actually the teacher is sharing their mind, their experience. So if you have a teacher that's very prone to anger, that's very prone to fear, that's very prone to anxiety, that teacher can also transmit that mental state and that mental experience to the children. Completely, that's just how we work as human beings. That's wonderful, Elric. Yeah. I know it can be a very sensitive issue for a lot of, especially Western parents, because it tends to be so isolated, and it does take a village, it does take a community to raise a child. And then when you don't have that community and you don't have access to that community, there is a lot of, and especially in America, children seem to be in such danger and under threat. So it's very sensitive, but as much as we can give them that sense of awe and not overload them with screen time and things like that, it's very important. And also the silence, right? Giving them time to be in silence, giving them time to be in the forest. Same thing for children, right? One of the best things that you can do, if you can take a vacation, if you can take a Friday off and a Monday off so you have a longer weekend, invest in some camping supplies, do a little bit of research, find a place where you can go on a camping trip with your child, especially 3, 4, 5, 6 years old, these kinds of ages, and just go out there and leave the phones behind and leave all the things behind and just be together. You know what I mean? And make a fire and wander. And a lot of what you need to teach to your child is actually what you need to learn for yourself. That unfolding, that unpacking, that emotional release, that somatic release that you have to go through, that you haven't yet go through, that your child is actually giving you space to go through. To be in the forest and cry with your child, because, all of these thoughts can come up when we stop consuming, when we stop stimulating ourselves, when we stop being on social media. All of these thoughts and emotions and processes can come up. And so if we're just alone and trying to do that, well, we're going to give up, or it's going to be too much. But if you're there with your 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old child, there's a window of time before they maybe are going to get involved in their own kinds of things. You've got the best teacher in the world to be there with you and help you process through all those emotions. You know what I mean? And to actually be a mirror for you to look at yourself. It's an incredible, wonderful thing that you can do. It's so incredible, it's so pure, it's so right in your face that you don't even have to think about it. You don't even need it to be described to you. It's just perfect. So I hope some people try that. It's maybe going to be tough, but A lot of the times, the problems that we think the children have are our own problems that we've just become skillful at coping with and covering up. And so if you go out into the forest, you might actually find that out. I am celibate. Yeah, I am practicing celibacy. How many students should be in a classroom? I don't know, but having 2 teachers is very powerful. Yeah, that's a really good one, Solid Snake. If you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always gotten. That's wonderful, Tiger. Yeah, I used to have recurring nightmare of being trapped, like being trapped and tortured, actually, something like that. And that's wonderful, Elric. I'm very honored to have you all here, being a part of this. A drum circle. I'm open to a drum circle. I've facilitated drum circles before with the Plum Village community, Thich Nhat Hanh community in California. Yeah, we'll get there, Noah. You know, right now I don't really have a space to be doing that kind of thing live. But you know, not in a hurry. It's okay. You just go back to it. You refresh and restart. Begin again. Yeah, a joint or a cigarette or a beer, and it gets to a point where we miss out on the accessibility of connecting with ourselves and how opening and heart opening that can be. Yeah, Tiger Rebellion. I was a monk for 7 years, and about 2 of those years, I did some longer term retreats with the Plum Village community in California at the Deer Park Monastery. Well, what we're learning through practicing celibacy is the power of being celibate. And what we're learning through not being celibate is the power of not being celibate. So we want to be able to make use of anything and everything, whatever it is. Dirk Wolf, you have to stop trying to respond and start trying to listen, because there's not really anything to be right about in this. You know what I mean? It's kind of like free food. So you don't have to write a review for free food, because it's just up to you if you take it or not. It's free. And yeah, of course, if you're going to do that camping trip method, bring your phone with you, just leave it off. Leave it off. And sometimes we force ourselves to do something where we're not forcing ourselves. So you just need to remember that you're not to stop forcing yourself. You know, we have to get a little bit of energy to get up, but we can remember when we're getting up, hopefully, that we don't really have to get up. That's what makes our life free. You know, so as much as you have to go to work, and don't make it this big time scope thing, like your life and your retirement plan and your work and all these kinds of things. Make it like instantaneous, like that moment. You don't really have to get up. You don't really have to go to work. You don't really have to do anything. And that's where there is space for you to, let's say, make a choice or be open or willing to do what you don't actually have to do. You can try to practice celibacy. But the academic has the problem of academia, attachment to academia. So remember, this is about non-attachment. So look when you respond out of attachment or when you respond out of curiosity, questioning, deep looking, exploration. Not that not that it's wrong or right, it's just maybe missing something about the point of what's being said is all about non-attachment rather than like this is the methodology to put forward and to practice. Yeah, but what are you really doing nothing or are you just doing what's most easiest to do? Right? Because if you're watching TikTok, watching YouTube, if you're, dreaming, stuck in dreaming, cycling in dreaming, then you're not really doing nothing. So that's where our ego kind of gives us a trick. That's why, ideally, in an ideal situation, us as human beings would be a part of a community that was doing meaningful activities and supporting each other in all kinds of different ways. Right? So it's not an ideal world, but we can maybe somehow bring what we imagine to be in that into our life and into our practice. The reason that the world doesn't fall apart, the reason that all of like everybody that I know in high school isn't direly mentally ill, and probably a lot of them are, you just won't hear from those people, is because people have children. Children are the people who Children are the people or the humans or the beings that keep the scale from not tipping too far to one side. Children don't get enough respect and enough reverence in our society and in our world, especially when it comes to schools, the school system. Really, you got to think about that. I think they're probably wrapping it up. I'm not sure. Oh, no, you're talking about Elric. I think you're talking about my teacher, Sayadaw Otamatara. I don't think they're going to be in the New York, New Jersey area. They're like going to Michigan. But I can tell you a place to go in the New York, New Jersey area, and that's called Buddhist Insights. Buddhist Insights, Empty Cloud Monastery. Empty Cloud Monastery in New Jersey. See, Mad Acoustic, you weren't listening closely enough. Not in terms of time, not in terms of your life plan, not in terms of retirement, in terms of that moment, in terms of that minute, in terms of that day. Even if you're talking about a job, let's just look at something like that, right? In that job, you're not going to get fired if you don't show up for one day. You're not going to get fired if you show up 5 minutes late, 10 minutes late, an hour late. Maybe you will, maybe you won't, but that's not the point. The point is that you don't have to get up and go to that job. It's something that you're choosing to do, and there's an intention behind it. Specifically just like Mad Acoustic, you might be laying in bed and have to pee, but you don't have to get up and go pee in the toilet. You could pee your bed, or you could hold it, right? So we have to get rid of that idea of have to, because it covers up, or it like forms a callus, it forms a scab over our intentions, our intentionality. And you need to know about your intentionality. And you need to know about your willingness, not your being forced to. Yeah, Elric, that's a gold standard place. That's a really good place. You can bring your children there. You can bring your family there. You can go there. Their website, see what events they have. You can call and just let them know. You can tell them you heard about them and you want to know when to come. Leave a message, whatever. It's a really good place to get started and get connected and have an experience. Yeah, that you do, and this can be a very odd idea, right? This can be a very odd idea, like that you don't have to go to work, that you don't have to pee in the toilet, that you could pee in the bed, but that's the way that it is, right? And so that it gives us this little like weird kind of curious thing. Well, wait a minute, you're right. I don't have to go to the toilet. I really don't. I could just pee in the bed. And this isn't about the side effects of that. It's about the not having to. And so there's like an implicit bias or like a compulsive push that has this have to behind it. Like I have to think this way, or I have to do things this way. But we don't have to do things in a certain way. And JT bringing this up in a very convenient way, you're not going to survive. No one is going to survive. Now, does that mean that we should have a panic attack? No, it's like this stopping point. It's this looking point. It's this investigation point. Nobody's going to survive. It's not about me trying to teach something in particular or you figuring something out. It's nobody's going to survive. That is contemplation of death. So that's a good sign. I believe it, JT. I believe you on that. But it's not just about being aware of that idea intellectually. It's actually digesting the fact that impermanence is life. So in this, thinking about it intellectually it's like a concept. Everybody dies, right? But contemplating it, digesting it, working through it in the heart is that if your mom or dad or your loved one or your family member or your partner, etc., is not with you right now, you can't see them, you can't hear them, they're not holding you right now. Could they be dead? Yeah, 100%. And so that's the intensity and the intimacy of digesting or contemplating impermanence or contemplating death rather than this idea that we have about it. Because you have attachment to money, you have to be more generous with money. Because you have attachment to your personal freedom, you have to be more generous with your personal freedom. Because you have an attachment to your loved one being in a particular way that you imagine them to be, you have to be more generous with giving away that idea of who they are and giving them space. And this is how we go into the spiritual life, to detach, to practice detachment, to practice generosity, to practice sacrifice, sacrificial giving, or renunciation, so that we can be more and more in this space of direct experiencing, intimacy with reality as it is, rather than the bubbles of thought fixation that never end. Don't try to get past the pain, feel that pain. And it seems like, I like that Ninin checks. I really like that. It seems like money buys us time. It does really seem that way, but it doesn't. This is it, right? We remember that song? This is it. And then we add a little bit of sauce to it. This is a happy moment. We go back to the declaration. This is it. A little bit extra sauce. This is a wonderful moment. This is it. Then we come back to the self, the I, right? I have arrived at this moment, and this is where it gets tough, but this is where it gets true. And the only moment is now. So the only moment is now is also the place where we don't know if our loved ones are still alive. How could you know that? You couldn't. And once again, this is not the place to freak out or go and run over and see what's going on, but a place to understand that everything and everyone is impermanent. Everything that's born is subject to death. And when we can think about this in terms of our practical life attachments and experience as human beings, as egos, whatever, this can interpenetrate into our moment by moment awareness to understand more clearly, to have insight into impermanence. The impermanence of thoughts, the impermanence of sensations. Yeah, if you like to donate, Rains, it's okay. You can make donation on PayPal or whatever. Hello, Megatron. Well, you know what they say. I mean, for things like that, seems, what is a grifter? Maybe, what is that? What do we really mean by that? What is a grifter? And then, what do we mean when we say that someone is that? You know what I mean? I like that idea to be. Maybe I am a grifter. I don't believe that I'm anything or anyone. And those thoughts of I'm being like this or I'm being like that, or I compare myself with other people. I compare myself with different idealistic versions of who I could be or what I could be doing. And then I come back to non-belief, not believing in a self or some kind of real identity that I'm carrying around me. But if someone is very sincere and interested and concerned in, my identity, that's really interesting. Oh, I would say you can call me anything, but don't call me insincere. But even we also have to unpack that and look more deeply into that as well. You know, what is sincerity? What is insincerity? Yeah, Cosmico. That's a good one. It's nice. Yeah, it's good. Nagarjuna's good. The Advaita Vedanta question. Well, it's the problem of teaching. It's the problem of trying to teach something. It's the problem of having a body, having a mind. It's the problem of any thought at all. It's the problem of speaking. It's the problem of grasping. It's the problem of nothing. It's the problem of sound. Problem of involvement. Advaita Vedanta or Zen, it's just like, what does a baby do? What is the most precious gift that a human being can receive? What is the most wonderful thing that can happen in human life? Is a baby, right? And what does a baby do? It shits and pisses all over the place. So in a way, religion, belief, involving with anything is just based in shit and piss. Now, the immediate reaction to that is, well, that's dirty, that's nasty, that's not good. And yet, that's the best compost that we can have in the world. If all of us came together and collected, really, this is weird, maybe I'm whatever, if we all came together as a community, as a society, and collected our feces together, and sure, our urine, and we put that all together and we composted it with the excess food, the food waste, and different things. We made a massive compost pile of our feces and our urine and all that kind of stuff. That would be the best stuff in the world to grow fruits and vegetables and peaches and mangoes and durians, you know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. It is an interesting subject, talking about like other people teaching different things, and especially when people represent what they teach as like having something to do with like an absolute, like a total, like a high, like this is the highest, this is the ultimate, is very interesting. But really, people do what they do, and we have to mind our own business at the end of the day. Your business is the most important thing that for you to deal with. Oh, it's not a pipe dream. It's a pipe dream because you make it a pipe dream. It's something special because you make it something special. Just in the same way that people who come here and they say I'm an evil man or a dangerous man, they're making it that way. They're creating it that way. So what this really is not something created. Well, who God made this? It's a really trippy situation, and it's intimate and it's vulnerable and it's sensitive and it's vibratory, it's alive. That's why ordinariness and simplicity is so powerful. And if we lose our connection to that ordinariness and that simplicity, we lose our capacity, our ability to connect and communicate with one another. That's why that not needing to do something, not needing to go somewhere is so important. Not to be in a hurry, and then you have all these people that are pretenders. They pretend to be aggressive. They're not even willing to be aggressive. They pretend to hold an opinion in this space or in this context, but they're not willing to hold space in this context. You know what I mean? They're pretending that they are. And that's why that's why I like to live stream and share a lot, because you can't pretend for 8 hours a day. If someone really wants to investigate you and take a look and has eyes to see, they're going to see who you are and what this is about as much as they can for themselves. Also, if you haven't invested in meditation, like if you haven't trained in meditation, you've never attended a meditation retreat, you've never practiced meditation seriously, You're not experienced in this field, so a lot of what I say is going to go over your head because you haven't invested in the education and the training and the practice and the research. So you're not going to be able to understand this. You're not in the club, so to speak, because you didn't take this seriously enough. Or and so if you want to take this seriously, you're going to have to invest. You're looking at over 10 years of education and experience in intensive meditation retreats and studying Buddhism, studying Zen, studying with experts in the field from all over the world. So for some people, that's going to be the case. And then there's going to be some children who just know exactly what I'm talking about. So then we get into the childism, where the person who's not a child who says, well, if they understand it, then of course I can understand it. So that means your training isn't worth anything. And there's some truth in that too, except for you understanding it, because you will never understand this. I think that good Chan, fine Chan, it goes further than Advaita Vedanta. But maybe that can be said for good Advaita Vedanta versus halfway Chan, halfway Zen. Yeah, to be a contrarian. I don't have a need for a job because I have supporters. I have people that support me because they take my teaching seriously. So I'm not going to have people, look down on that. It's good to be generous. Don't think about it that way, Elric. Different people do different practices in different situations, and Buddhism isn't like if you do bad, you go to hell. If you do good, you go to heaven. It's more like subtle. It's very, very subtle. So it's always looking through direct experience. It's learn through what you experience, and don't make assumptions, but rather question based on your own experience. So, for example, like, does everybody who's a monk only eat twice per day? So it just applies to that particular place, to that particular person, to that particular situation. And even then, learn how to rely on your own experience and not to get caught up in the descriptions. Go and see for yourself and eat it, right? Eat the experience, not just thinking about it. Oh, this has nothing to do with magic or Wicca, whatever that is. No, that's just an intellectual understanding, Derp Wolf. So, go to a 10-day meditation retreat. You'll see what intellectual understanding can do for you when you actually investigate and face your own mind, right? When you try to deal with your own mind, you'll see what it's like. I like that, Nathan. That's fantastic. 4 chicken sandwiches, that's probably too much. Red, that's fantastic. That's all you got to do. Don't try to legit meditate. Just go and listen. Just go and be. It's fantastic, Damon. Well, Aksaba, take responsibility for yourself. Yeah, just be aware. Don't think too much. That's the teaching. Don't think at all. And definitely you're not going to be able to have this conversation if you're high, because you'll barely be able to have this conversation if you're sober, because you haven't been in the environment where mindfulness and detachment is valued. You haven't been in the environment where mindfulness and detachment is a necessity. You don't understand the word detachment. that this is a word that's like, it's wet, it's rich, it's overflowing, it's abundant, it's fantastic. Detachment, to detach, to abandon, to forgive, to have this kind of resolution of detachment, to not be attached, and to then develop this relationship with spaciousness or awareness. And then we get into this place of questioning what our intentions are and what is the context for this environment. Because a lot of people, like from the West or from America, do not have many contexts beyond going to job, going to school, and entertaining themselves. So like to be in community that's focused on Dhamma practice, or listening to the Dhamma, or practicing meditation, or having reverence for a teacher, and being able to communicate and engage with each other in this way is very outside of the purview for a lot of people. And this is not about having a special, trippy, interesting experience or a crisis. This is about realizing the crisis of ignorance and attachment, right? Realizing the crisis of not being able to stop and step back from thoughts. I would go and kill Tony, sure, if they wanted to have me. So we're also learning how to get out of our own way and not be in a hurry. And that's why there's a lot of things that we can't talk about with the people that we care about, because we're in such a hurry, or they're in such a hurry. It's why we can't talk about politics. It's why we can't talk about the issues with our emotions. It's why we can't give good advice to each other and share our opinions and our experience, because we're in a hurry. Because we have this false idea of busyness about us. I need to do this, I need to do that. When really we don't need to do anything. Probably what we need to do is get our priorities, or our intentions straight. To step back, to calm down, to relax and release. The seeking, the chasing, the thinking, the whole body and mind. Let it be. And also just be, it's kind of a normative thing, right? But if you are not experienced in a field, or if you're not experienced in a topic, and you're going into a space where someone is experienced in a field or a topic, nobody's holding a weapon to your face and saying you have to be here. It just is what it is. And so you can be here respectfully, you can be here with dignity, you can be here as an academic fool, because you didn't know about this subject. So you say, I don't agree with anything this guy says. You don't know anything about what I'm talking about, because you haven't practiced or researched or studied this field. So it's like we're always attached to a false sense of superiority, and a false sense of understanding, a false sense of being higher or being lower or being equal. And equality can be a big problem, so that you and me are not equal in terms of being separate self-entities, right? We have different experiences. You might know a lot more about this, I might know a lot more about that, and vice versa, etc., etc. So we're not equal. I might be able to beat you in an arm wrestling match, so we're not equal. We're equal in terms of interpenetration, or interbeing, or non-separation, right? We're equal in terms of awareness, but we're not equal in terms of our understanding of nuclear physics, or mindfulness and detachment, or Buddhism and meditation, or whatever. Yeah, I do. I'd like to get into more kind of yoga practice and get more experience with those kinds of things at some point. Yo, Oh, the microphones are dying. Give me a minute, Gerbachan. I'll be right back. responsible, and that tension can just cause neuroticism or just it can just be uncomfortable. And thank you, Shelley, for your support. So it's like there may be a moment, maybe a place where, a situation where there's nowhere to go, where there's no chance for success. There's no chance for you to develop anything, like being at the edge of your road, the edge of your path. You wanted to be an influencer, you wanted to be a streamer, you wanted to be a popping off spiritual teacher or yoga instructor. Didn't work out, right? And so that is like the home. That is like the place to take refuge in ending, to take refuge in cessation, of seeking, of dreaming, of hoping. Oh, I wanted to be a beautiful woman. Oh, I wanted to start a family. Oh, I wanted to be healthy. Oh, I wanted to build a community. Oh, I wanted people to watch my video and listen to what I had to say. I wanted people to take me seriously. And yet there's a point when not possible. So can you let getting what you want be impossible? Can you be okay with that? Can you be completely open to that? Can you be free and at peace through hopelessness to get what you want? The hopelessness of getting what you want, getting what you think you deserve. When am I going to get what I deserve? When am I going to get what I've earned? Aha! Next up, another reveal. We use these things to cover up or to distract ourselves from the suffering that we're feeling. And then through using those things, we disempower, weaken, and poison our own capacity to actually deal with those things in a more skillful, effective way. Sometimes when you're going through the ocean and the storm hits, there's nothing to do but to move forward. That's from the teachings on being in the ocean when a storm happens. What if the storm hit and the captain reclined back in their seat and started smoking weed or drinking alcohol? Well, maybe that's fine and good enough for the captain, but how about for the boat? The boat that's going to get to the other side. How about when the captain now has to drown because they weren't fully there to take care, to be with, to transform, to take care of this life, you know? Maybe there are enough success stories in the world, successful at being a heroin addict, successful at being a businessman, successful at transitioning from a man to a woman or a woman to a man, which that's an interesting idea, isn't it? It's a kind of revolutionary cultural thing. We need more failures. We need more people who are ready and willing to fail, who don't fall into despair when things don't go the way that you want them to go, when you don't get anything. you don't get to be anyone, when you don't get to go anywhere, when you don't get to do anything, when you just fail. Just let go and fail. Well, Nicholas, it's not up to you, not your business. Are you even interested in those kinds of things, Nicholas? Or is it just a reason for you to get worked up? Is it just a reason for you to have an opinion? You see what I'm saying? So it's probably not your business. Probably doesn't have anything to do with you, Nicholas. So just let it have nothing to do with you. So we've plugged in the new microphone. Let me know the differences in sound quality, if you can hear as well or not. Phones are dying. I didn't charge them yesterday, so hopefully this one will work good for us. Corey, why do you want to know? Why do you want to know why I'm not a monk anymore? This William, legendary William, this is concerned with being more aware and being less attached to the things that we're aware of. Well, God's plan is just like a ditty song, right? So we're not involved in that kind of stuff here, all right? So if you want to listen to J. Cole singing about God's plan, that's up to you. Well, that's good. We can all hear what's going on, right? We can turn our volume up. We can turn our weight. Static went down when I touched the phone. Do I need to de-statify it? Keep me informed, Cassia. Keep me informed about what's happening with the microphone. If the static happens, oh my gosh, there's a glitch in the mic. How are we gonna fix this? The static. Yo. Okay, here we go. Everything fixed, everything back together. I already have my GED, I have my diploma because I took summer school. So just let me know if we get the puzzles. But don't get worked up, you know. You can't hear me? Hello? So let's just see if it stays stable and see how it goes. That audio, no static. I can hear you well. Okay. This is a postmodern visor. This is a postmodern hat. So this is a postmodern, non-dual, absurdist Buddhism. Are you really watching from Tibet, Sabit? This is Malaysia. I don't know what unagi is. I think everybody's doing okay. I'm very glad to hear that, Kasia. That's a great gift. And the joy of this, because I want people to be aware of what we're concerned with here. Because a lot of people are putting comments on different people's YouTube channels and in their live streams who are doing ASMR. No offense to our ASMR friend who's been joining recently. You know, say, you saved my life. You brought me out of depression. You know, you helped me in some way. It's not about better or worse. It's really not even about helping people or being helped. But this is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with doing actions of generosity, doing good deeds more and more. This is concerned with the teachings of Zen Buddhism, and I forgot my Kindle. So, remember what this is concerned with, remember what this is about, so that you can step forward in different ways to keep investing in that and practicing with that. I didn't see Mr. Whale this morning. Remember, this is not concerned with spirituality or ayahuasca, kundalini experiences. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with Zen. And teachers such as Lumpal from Wat Ram Bodhidham, Zen Master Poha Sunim in his hermitage in South Korea, Sayadaw Otamatara from Myanmar, founder of Tabarwa in California, Master Thich Nhat Hanh in Jacksonville, Florida. Is that everybody? Maybe it is schizo life. What's so wrong with that? What's so wrong if I'm schizophrenic, Ryan? Why can't I be schizophrenic? Am I not deserving of kindness and compassion if I'm schizophrenic? So what? Okay, it should be completely fixed now. There should be no more static. What do you want me to get together, Aksasaba? Get a job? Why? Why do you want me to get a job? That's great, Red. Be a member of society. Of what society? You want me to work at the McDonald's in your area? Is that what you're asking me to do? Are you asking me to find out where you live and the McDonald's that you go to the drive-through at, and to go and work at that McDonald's and be a part of your community and your society? Yeah, do you want me to provide double cheeseburgers at the McDonald's in your area? What are you talking about, Aksasaba? Aksasaba, this is our 1001th video. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've lived in community basically non-stop for all of those years. I've been practicing meditation and teaching and sharing. Well, how is it 1,000 days wasted, Aksasaba? So being in community means getting a job? What are you really trying to say? I've been in community. I've been living in community, volunteering, teaching the dharma, sharing about meditation, doing all kinds of good deeds in all kinds of different ways. Of what society? The society of the ideas that you have in your mind? Why are you the one who's in control of society? Why are you the one who determines what's bullshit and what's not? Right, so you're saying legitimate help is selling your labor for money. Why is that the only kind of legitimate help? What are you really talking about here? You're a mover. Okay, so is being a mover better than working at McDonald's? Is our life and the world all about material things, or is it a lot about mental things, about how we help other people mentally? You're saying that I'm wasting my life, but what do you know about my life? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I get to come in here and answer people's questions and share my experience and, at least to be an entertainer. You're clearly entertained about this. Life is not just about taking care of people physically or materially, but also to take care of people mentally. And let's just stay with mentally. So you could be providing for your parents materially, and you could be treating them like garbage mentally. And I think that would really harm them a lot. You have this idea about making money through donations. People are allowed to donate. Why are you coming in here and saying that people cannot donate? Who are you to say that? This is a community that's about Buddhism and meditation and virtue and mindfulness and detachment and generosity and looking deeply and studying about the Buddhist philosophy. It's pathetic, but now you've started to back up and now you're not pretending as much anymore. This isn't your business. You don't know what this is about. You're not involved in it, but you are here listening. So thank you for at least admitting that you were pretending. And anyway, it's a lot about being genuine, right? And being authentic and being sincere and being open and sharing and caring and communicating and listening. This is in some ways meant to be anti-disingenuousness. And that's why people are supported and encouraged to practice generosity as well, because it's a way to express genuine concern and involvement. You know what I mean? And people go around pretending and being disingenuous. And to say for that, right, for that person, Aksaba, if this is entertainment, I don't know where we're getting this idea, being an American, that entertainment is fake or is not a way to make a living. Some of the most wealthy people in the world are entertainers, are movie show people, right? So this is certainly entertainment, something happening that you can consume by watching it and listening to it, right? So you've been sitting there and watching and listening to this. You're not an active participant in this. Other people can't see you or hear you. I'm not like doing this for you. We're not having a call right now. So you've been consuming this, right? Where's my money? What are you going to pay for what you've just taken, for what you've been consuming from this experience? Huh? So it looks like you are the naughty one and the bad one for stealing, for not paying for what you've been taking. You're saying that this doesn't have any value, right? That this is BS. What are you giving your attention to right now? You're giving your attention to this, aren't you? So you're saying that your attention has no value and that you give your attention to worthless things. So clean up your act, Aksasaba, whoever you are. I know you're sitting there in the back, the background, pretending to laugh, pretending like you were never being serious and you were just trolling. I know the deal, I know the game. So just go on pretending, go on backing up, be non-authentic forever if that's what you want to do. But for me, my heart and my body and my mind are important to me. Where I place my attention is important to me. So I'm not going to go around wasting my time. I'm going to try and share and bring benefit to others. Being a Naruto monk would be pretty cool. Matuko P, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. So definitely we can talk a little bit about spirituality. What is the monk thing after all? It's okay to have meltdowns every now and again. Yeah, pretty peaceful. They call it rage baiting, but they really don't know what they're doing most of the time. Oh, don't worry about it, Cassia. Your attention, your presence is generosity enough. Glad to have you here participating and sharing. We can also share our experiences of what is going through our life, what we understand about the teachings that are being shared here. Anything like that we can offer. We can share those kinds of things realistically. Okay, La. This is not a robe. This is like an outfit or a clothing for the Buddhist layperson, specifically in Vietnam. So I don't know, I like these clothes. I feel comfortable in these kinds of clothes. The core teachings of Buddhism is to do good, not to do bad, and to purify the mind. Building routines, do something that you're interested in and that's not just about you. If something is just about you, it will be very difficult to build that or develop that into a routine. So we can be here together and to relax and to be aware and to breathe and to be simple, not to get too excited, not to get too worked up. I had just bought this thing, and then the rain got to it. Whatever you come up with, whatever you get involved with, know how to let that go. Know how to relax that. Know how to detach. Some kind of static electricity thing going on. No. Yeah, little staticies, right? Little staticies inside. These are just my viewing lenses. Let's hear the sounds. No, those are the good sounds. Those are we have to zap out all of the juices inside. We have to let the spirits, the lesson of the irrelevant. Relax, uninvolved. When we can go together, Ryan, then I'll go. Whatever you do, it's okay. Just don't get attached to that. It just needs to clear itself out. So yeah, a lot of people are curious about how I got into practicing the way of Buddhism, and I had a lot of suffering, and I grew up in an unstable situation, and that meant that my mind was largely unstable. And I had a lot of suffering after high school, and I decided to travel, to seek in the US. I had to do something, I had to go. And I found out about spirituality, and that led me to Buddhism. And then when I was 20, I went to a Zen Buddhist meditation center in New Mexico. And from there, I got into meditation and into the teachings of Buddhism, specifically Zen Buddhism, and being in community. And I just developed a lot of faith of meditation, the Buddhist teachings, and being in community, and that led me to where I am right now. And so I currently kind of sum up my path and my practice by doing good deeds with mindfulness, with detachment. So doing all kinds of actions of generosity, with awareness, with presence, and without getting attached to what I do or what happens. Thank you for listening. We have to let the buzzers go through the processing. Ryan, I'm 0.02% Congolese. We think about a lot of stuff we don't need to think about. If you're American, Ryan, I'm guessing you're American, who goes to church? You know what I mean? Do you go to church? And we tend to think like that there's a reason to think about these things, but really there's probably a reason to not think about these things, to just let go and not get caught up in thinking about anything. We can develop our relationship with not thinking is probably the better idea. You go to Orthodox Church. It's just how you make use of it, right? I mean, all religions basically teach to do what's good and to not do what's bad, don't they? But the point that we sometimes miss out on is the work of purifying the mind. So make your prayer deep and powerful and resonant. So it's like you're deepening your relationship with God that's not about your own thoughts. And you can work with that as kind of purifying your mind. Does that make sense? Is that a good idea? Yeah, introduce yourself. Cody, do you really know what you're talking about, or are you just pretending? Once again, light in your face. Do you really know what you're talking about, or are you just pretending? It is noisy, but it's noisy in a quiet way. Should we just unplug this? I've got to check. I've got to see if it's really like that or not. No, everything's okay. Everything's good. That microphone's working just fine, everybody. I don't want to hear nothing about noises. And we've got good video quality, don't we? So that's great. Some pictures of my teacher. And it's even the people that don't really get involved, or they're not really tuned in, they're not ready to practice with it. They know an OG when they see one, and they can accept the OG into their hearts, and that OG can be there with them wherever they go. And that's the important thing. They know what's good. No, you're not, Dawn. Nobody is going to come in here and just troll. Okay? That's not what this place is for. It's not what we're going to do here. Oh, French. They're French people. Relax, Kyle. Breathing in, you go back to the island within yourself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, you feel safe. You enjoy going back to your island. Remember that. Don't come in here and bullshit around. Go back to the island within yourself. Monkey see, monkey do. A dollar goes a long way, and that's an expression of generosity, whether we like it or not. You know what I mean? They're setting an example, and it's great. Good job, Dio. Actually, it's not a troll kind of thing, because there's no. It's like pretending that. It's pretending that this is a normal live stream. But Dio knows that it's not. So he's just doing something that he usually does, and that would usually make sense, to try and make it like he's pretending that it is, but he knows that it's not actually like that. So it is an action of generosity. Good job, Dio. Not that this is better or worse than those people that live stream like that, but this is also not equal to that. This is not the same as that. So good job, Dio. So when I'm sitting here like this, it's not that I'm like falling asleep or becoming less aware. It's like I'm going deeper into my mind, the experience of the mind. Like watching the mind or being deeply with the mind. Just that little bit of ability, that little bit of the ability to stop and step back and close your eyes and just look at your own mind and breathe with your own mind for a moment, for a few moments. Yeah, the biggest dangers here is the desire, that is the greed, or that is the attachment for money, fame, and what was the other one? Money and fame, the dangerous addictions, the intoxications. Hold on. I saw this on a Facebook post. So remember that whether you have a good reputation or a bad one, it has no objective reality at all. It is not worth caring about. And carrying about, I like that. It's not worth caring about and not worth carrying about. The great teachers of the past never bothered about such things. They always answered slander and disparagement with kindness and with patience. So the reputation, it doesn't really matter. We can remember like that. We can be with that. Not lose ourselves, not lose our paths. Here, this is the good one. This is the clear one. If we could not be bought by praise or defeated by criticism, we would have incredible strength. We would be extraordinarily free. There would be no more unnecessary hopes and fears, sweat and blood and emotional reactions. We would finally be able to practice I don't give a damn, free from chasing after and avoiding other people's acceptance and rejection. We would be able to appreciate what we have in the present moment. It doesn't change the fact that some people are disgusting, but that's also just a judgment. That's just a value judgment. So whatever it is that you think is wrong about someone else, see that that's like a mirror for that inside of yourself. And then you try to practice with not being like that inside of yourself, but never put it out into someone else, because really you're just looking in a mirror. This entire experience is looking in a mirror. These buzzies are there to teach you and to guide you and to remind you about the truth. Think bigger. To distance yourself from anger and aggressiveness. I think the most important is think bigger. Whether you are religious or not, think bigger. You are angry because you have tunnel vision, isn't it? Therefore, you are angry because you are ignorant. Your anger itself is a very useless emotion that does not solve any problems. It will not give you any suggestion or solution. You are angry because your small little emotion is just trying to poke you and then making a decision based on your future, based on that direction within that atmosphere. It's completely wrong. So whether you're religious or not, whether you're about to be angry, always think bigger than yourself, positive, wanting to benefit others and nothing more. Even if you cannot help other people, at least you can trick your mind a little bit, to protect yourself. So not to get caught up in that anger. Says it right here. If you don't have something good to say, there is no reason for you to speak. And this is the interesting thing. This is the interesting thing about the pretending, right? This is the interesting thing about the pretenders here. They know that what they have to say is they're trying to be mean. They know that what they have to say is this kind of negative action, right? They're not saying something good. They're not trying to say something good. They're trying to say something bad. So listen to this. It says, if you don't have something good to say, there is no reason for you to speak. You should behave in such a way that no one will have reason to criticize or gossip about your conduct, so that you can become a perfect example to lead the faithful and become worthy objects of the accumulation of merit of the benefactors. Once you have understood the union of emptiness, so emptiness is like when we step back and we're not thinking and just aware. Nothing is there. Nothing is there. Nothing is there. So anyways, this idea of emptiness or things disappear. Like, where do they disappear into and where do they come from? We don't know. So emptiness is also like, just, I don't know. Most things I don't know. Most things are empty of my knowing about them, right? Once you have understood the union of emptiness and the dependent arising of phenomena, meaning that everything depends on something else. Nothing exists separately. Nothing arises separately. Everything arises or everything happens according to everything else. All kinds of different phenomena. You will see clearly how deluded and deceiving the ways of the world really are. And like an old woman forced to play children's games, you will find them very tiresome. When you have realized the utter foolishness of spending your life attached to friends and scheming to subdue your enemies and competitors, you will find it tedious. Once you have been struck by the pointlessness of letting yourself be forever influenced and conditioned by your habitual tendencies, you will become sick of it. That will inspire you to strive towards liberation, and by striving for it, you will attain it. Spending time with your true spiritual friends will fill you with love for all beings. Well, you got a question inside of your question. So what do you mean by the true point of Buddhism? What is it that you're curious about? What is it that you're looking for? If it's just like an intellectual curiosity, I don't have much to say about that. But if you're talking about something that you want to know or you want to get out of life or something, I don't know, maybe I can share something. I don't mind if you have doubt. I don't even mind if you say mean things about me or whatever. Say whatever you want. But just, my dear brother, my dear sister, my dear whoever, whatever you are, just use your own eyes to see. Use your own ears to hear. As if life was not just the same thing over and over and over again, but as if this moment was actually something new. Good one. That peace is attainable. That's probably an aspect of these teachings, you know? What's going on here? That peace is attainable. And I use my ego to share about that peace is attainable, and that people are crazy, and that life is crazy, that egos are crazy. Maybe I think about it like this, that sometimes we have so many ideas stacked on top of each other, so many thoughts stacked on top of each other, but we don't realize that there's all these underlying thoughts there. And so my point is, let's get down to the bottom thought. Let's get down to the foundation. Let's get down to our direct experience and not believing in anything, and just going through what we experience, what we know, what we understand. But even that is getting a little bit further out, like just coming back to this direct experience. And I think you could definitely say it like surrendering into or surrendering unto direct experience. What's that Disney song? We're all in this together. Yes, we are. Here we are. You're a star and we're shining. We're all in this together. Here we are. You're a star and we're shining together now. And we get into this life of making accusations, and it just, a lot of it doesn't make sense. A lot of what we're doing doesn't make sense. And so it's like if you drop what you're doing, stuff starts to make sense. Like, for example, you might look at yourself and say, wait a minute, why am I watching this random guy on YouTube talk about meditation or Buddhism? Why am I getting involved with this? You know what I mean? Like, I'm hungry, or I need to go pee, or I want to watch TikTok, or I want to play video games, or whatever. Instead of like, da 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 da, you know what I mean? Getting more and more involved in stuff that doesn't, why are we getting involved with this? Why are we getting involved with that? You know what I mean? What are you doing here? Are you looking for something to complain about? Are you looking for something to be right about? And why? Why are you looking for something to complain about? Why are you looking for something to be right about? Why are you looking for something to have an opinion on? Why? What's so valuable? What's so special about having an opinion about something? Why are we so interested? Why are we so inspired by having an opinion about something? Maybe we can be opinionless. Yeah, I like that idea about something being interesting and then learning something new. Yeah, satisfying our ego, right? Like just playing with our egos. And also we want to like impact other people, right? It's like we've been indoctrinated to find someone to abuse. Haven't we? And you see all these people online, they're looking for somebody to abuse. So I think we have a culture of abuse. I think we have a society and a way of growing up that is inherently abusive. All these people are going around and they're looking for someone to abuse. Maybe it's unconscious or subconscious or whatever. But then they see an opportunity where there's like a vulnerability and they want to abuse, they want to attack. Just leave it there. Stick with, I don't know. Namaste. How are you doing? You want to say hello?
Oh, hello.
Live streaming. Teaching about the Buddhism. You know about Buddhism?
Oh, yeah.
Amitofo, 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 Amitofo.
This is live, ah?
Yeah, live stream.
That means who is watching?
Many people.
Oh.
Maybe 60 people.
Uh,
Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa.
where are you from?
America.
How long here?
Maybe a week or so. Maybe a week or some time.
Where you stay?
I stay at the temple, my teacher temple.
Where?
Meditation center over there.
Here, come here.
Over there, yeah. How about you? You're a businessman?
No, I'm worker.
Where you work?
Huh? Work after.
What do you do there?
Huh? Marketing.
Huh? What do you say?
Yeah. Property.
So it's a lot easier to become crazy than people think. You know what I mean? And learning how to let go.
Okay, I have to move.
Good luck, sir. Yeah, uncle, good man, nice man. Don't expect anything, just give. When we expect things, we're trying to plan out what's not possible to plan out.
How do you know what's going to happen when you walk out the door? How do you know what's going to happen when you go out there to start teaching and sharing about the Dhamma? You don't, so just give. Just share. Yeah. And so what we actually get to find out is that it's okay to not think about anything. It's okay to not have a plan. And then we don't just do that passively, but we give out the blessing of non-thinking. Give out the blessing of irrelevance. Give out the blessing of everything. Can you feel it? Can you actually feel it? Can you feel it? The giving out of the blessing, the giving out of the ending? Everything, everything. Mekyo, mekyo, mekyo. Irrelevant. Give out the irrelevance of anything. Give out the irrelevance of everything. Release, give out, give away, give out. Beyond convention, beyond all conventionality, beyond all usualness, beyond fixating, beyond looking at that thing or this thing. Bless all the spirits, all of the involvements, all of the ideation, all of the story making. Widen out, brighten out. Beyond, 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 beyond all thoughts, beyond all ideas. Bless out, give out, widen out. You can call me Mr. Zen. You can also call me Mr. Don't Know Mind. You can also call me Mr. Buddhist monk for 7 years, but not anymore. You can also call me Mr. Big Papa for all the baby boys out there. For all the young men out there that didn't have a mentor growing up. I'm here to mentor you. I'm here to get you strong, here to get you fit, here to get you strapped in and locked up in a way of freedom. Locked up into freedom. Everything. Use the word everything. Mark, I genuinely think you need to remove your head from your own rear end. You've lost the game. You've lost the point, brother. You've fallen off the ship. God dang, you gotta wake up, brother. You gotta take that head right out your rear end. Woo! It's a good morning, isn't it? It's a fresh air. Woohoo! Woohoo! That's the Mark that I know. Bro, your hat is upside down. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But my heart, Mark, is right side up. Now, widen out. beyond thoughts, beyond thinking about things. Beyond having a thought-based experience. Widen out, brighten out. Give out the mind. Put the mind out. Put the ego out. Spread the eyes out. Spread the mind out. How old do you guys think I am? There will be a new and unreleased sound for the person who can determine what age I am. You make a guess, okay? I tell you what's nonsense. Those 15 years that you were forced to be in school, memorizing and passing tests for things that didn't matter for anything. So you didn't mind that nonsense, did you? You didn't mind going to school for 15 years, 18 years, being forced to memorize and regurgitate things that didn't have any value for you in your life. That's nonsense, isn't it? And you listened to that for 18 years. So maybe, what's the deal, friendo? You want to go back to school? You want to go memorize some numbers and take a test and practice your handwriting, practice your cursive? So don't talk shit. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, this is about nothing. This is about nothing. This is about Zen Buddhism, Chan. This is about the teachings of Bodhidharma. Keep those numbers coming. I don't care what numbers you put on there. Put numbers in the chat. I'm a patron. I'm a patron. I'm a patron. What's going on with the audio, Noah? Is it that bad, or is it just a little bit bad? Are you overrating how bad it is? But is it that bad, or is it not that bad, actually? Yeah. Maybe the real baldness was the friends that we made along the way. So what about now? Does this sound better? Does this feel better? Does this feel better than before? Okay. All right. I'll keep the mic unplugged. But now we've got to do a Wi-Fi switch. Are you ready? Here we go. Oh my God. I need constant W's in the chat. I need constant W's in the chat. I need constant W's in the chat as we go through the Wi-Fi switch. Otherwise, we'll lose the connection. I need constant W's in the chat. On me, it keeps changing. Don't stop putting W's in the chat. Don't stop putting W's in the chat. Don't stop putting W's. And just let me know when it doesn't work anymore. Let me know if we get disconnected. Are we good? Are we light and bright? How's the connection? 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 Oh, great. W's in the chat. Don't stop those W's in the chat coming. Don't stop those W's coming in the chat. Revolution, business, W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. Don't give up. W's in the chat. Come on. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. Good job, everybody. It's okay, it's okay. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, after all. And during those 7 years, I learned a lot. I learned how to speak like the local people of Southeast Asia, how to communicate in the way of Asian South people, speaking English, speaking different language also. Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Laos, Nepal, India, Malaysia, and Singapore. All over the world I did go. But no matter where I went, I couldn't escape the truth of my own mind. I couldn't escape myself after all. And so I realized, or rather I recognized, the truth of the mind. The truth of my experience from 7 years of being a Buddhist monk, 7 years of being on the path of learning to be more mindful and to question things and to consider about the truth and to consider about to consider about, Tusumagaba, Yeshua Kuyashuri Kombaya, Yusuri Shoyo Kosuri Shualume, Yosubeku Ashura. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. People don't understand that. People don't know that. People don't know what that takes. People don't know what that's like. To take Buddhism seriously, to take meditation seriously, to take the ultimate truth of reality seriously, to go beyond thoughts into the transcendental world of breathing in and breathing out, to be unquestionably authentic, to be unquestionably sincere, to be unquestionably meditative. Can I buy the coconut? One, 2 coconut to go.
This one.
Yes.
Come this way.
Come this way, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Baba Ji. I'm not joking about that. I was really a Buddhist monk for 7 years. What is it? Good coconut, delicious coconut.
You want to drink now?
To go. I bring together with me. Whoa!
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Hey, hey. Chopping blades. I be chopping foreign.
You from which country?
I'm from America, but I have traveled all over the world.
Oh,
Doing the sadhana, doing the meditation practice, teaching meditation and sharing about the meditation life all over the world.
oh.
Living at the Buddhist monasteries, living at the temples, training with the meditation masters of all kinds. A lot of people don't understand me, don't understand what I'm about because they didn't know about those kinds of things, about practicing meditation seriously, about being concerned with Buddhism and enlightenment and freedom from suffering. They didn't think about those things, or they may have thought about them, but they didn't go to visit the meditation center. They didn't go to the India or the monastery. But I did. And I've got the proof, and I can prove it. I can prove that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I can prove that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I can prove that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I can prove that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I can prove that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
This was live telecast there.
Yes, live telecast, and the people, woo, 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 woo. So you have to tell to them, you have to be strong with them. I don't want to yell at you, I don't want to punish you, so I'll tell you how it is. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Whether you like it or not, I can prove that. I can prove that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I can prove that I took meditation seriously. I can prove that I took doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment seriously. And the teaching here is not to get caught up in appearances, but how do we learn how to stop and look deeply? How do we learn how to stop and look deeply? What happened to quieting the mind? What happens when the mind is noisy and that you know how to quiet it? You don't get to control the mind. You don't get to control life. You don't get to control the world. You're sitting there, everybody's meditating and meditating together and singing a song, and everybody's peaceful, and somebody comes in and starts screaming and yelling. What are you going to do about that? You've got to be ready to practice with that, not to practice without that. To be ready to practice together with everything and anything. Yes, yes. Fold up and choop up. Oh, very nice. Thank you so much, sir. You are a good man. Good man and delicious coconut man. Where are you from? You from Malaysia?
Yeah.
You Indian?
Yeah.
Indian Malaysian. Hindu.
Hindu.
Jai Shri Krishna. Jai Hanuman. Jai Jagannath. Jai Ram. Jai Shri Vishnu.
One enough? So one enough?
One is enough. Everybody wants to be the boss. Everybody wants to pretend that they know what's going on. Everybody wants to be, they don't just want to be the swiper. They want to,
Expensive gift for you.
you give me discount.
Yeah.
You make donation to me.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Namaste. Everybody wants to be Mr. Cool Guy, Mr. Tough Guy, Mr. Swiper, huh? Well, I've got a message for all of you. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. No more swiping. No more swiping to the next live stream because I got a hold of you. Because I told you about the truth. And we don't want to just be the swiper, do we? We want to have an opinion about it. We want to say, I know what this is. Stop pretending that you know what this is. Stop pretending that you know who I am. I have over 1,000 videos here on the YouTube channel of being a Buddhist monk, of teaching about the meditation, the Buddhism, the mindfulness, the detachment, the Zen. So you're not going to just come here and tell me who I am and tell me what this is about when you don't know the first thing about it. You're new here. I live here. This is my life. You're going to come here and say, you're not, this isn't about meditation. This isn't about Buddhism. You're not allowed to act this way. What do you know about it? And what are you going to do about it? Both together with everything. Not just what you know about it, not just what you're going to do about it, but both. And not in a hurry. I'm going to make a judgment. I'm going to make a judgment. I'm going to make a judgment. I bet you are going to make a judgment. And I'm not going to encourage those judgments to take place of any kind. It's not good. It's not bad. It's not right. Or it's not wrong. It's not up. It's not down. It's not left. It's not right. It's not anything. You can't put it into a box. Now, what we're really doing here is we're trying. We're trying to reach those people that are lost, that consider that there might be something. And to kick them out of that wrong idea, there might be something, or there might be nothing. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. 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 You're going to come in here and tell me different? You're going to come in here and tell me what spirituality is and what meditation is and what I'm allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do? This is my home. This is my life. Who are you to be the big boss of me? Who are you to police me? We're easy to get lost in appearances. We're easy to have a shallow interpretation of what's going on and who someone is. And this doesn't really fit into that mold. Who you think that I am is who I'm not. This is like the miracle of mindfulness. And this is also taking on the responsibility to go out into the dregs of hell that is the non-stop swipers and scrollers on YouTube Shorts. The alcoholics, the sex addicts, the media consumers, the gamers, and everybody in between. The LGBTQ community, the trans community, the young people who are being neglected by the world, the challengers, those who've really got something to say. Hey, I'm here to hear it. But don't come in here as a pretender. Don't come in here as a faker. You've got a little fake idea. You're not a real monk. You're not a real monk. You don't know about Buddhism. You don't know about meditation. Says who? Let's talk about that. Let's find out what you're really getting at. This is about learning how to be at peace with everything. Everything the way that it already is, not the way that we want to make it be. So, yeah, life can be very surprising, can't it? I've got my coconut water. I'm 32, so I started in meditation. I first went to the retreat center, the meditation retreat center, when I was 20. So I got really lucky with that, and I lived there for a year. This is how we keep the kids involved. This is how we keep the interesting people involved. You got it, because we're working with addicts. Let's be real here. I am here to work with addicts, and these addicts just won't stop, so I've got to make them stop. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Scroller, no scrolling. 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 And what does that really mean? What's that really about? To stop scrolling, to stop liking, to stop disliking, to stop thinking, to stop judging, to stop playing games. I need those W's in the chat, everybody. I need those big, big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Let's get W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Come on, everybody. I'm going to run as long as those W's are coming. Come on, everybody. W's in the chat, everybody. Mangalaba. Oh, Pyoshwin Baze. Come on. Come on. Come on, everybody. Widen out. Give out the blessing. Give out the ending. Give out the resolution of non-thought. Widen out. Brighten out the mind. Beyond limits. We're in the graveyard, right next to the graveyard. What you haven't realized is that I'm not locked in here with you. Come on, everybody, big W's in the chat. Hare Krishna, Hare Buddha, everything, everybody. Namaste, namaste. Everything, everything. Yeah, Power Man activities. Well, if you're big and fat, go for a walk. If you're small and skinny, eat a piece of chocolate cake. That's what my mind used to say before this present moment. Is this a puppy's a baby? Come here, so puppy's a baby. Oh, who's a scary? He's a scary puppy's a baby. Come on, everybody, keep those W's coming. Come on. Don't give up, everybody. It's not time to give up yet. We've got a chance to do something really special today. We got a chance to do something really special in this moment. Leave a like if you haven't already. Put some big W's in the chat. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, okay? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. 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 Michael, we're in Malaysia right now. My teacher has a few temples here, and I'm at one of them in Malaysia. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. They say, why are you doing this? What is this? I don't care who they are. Some king of the world, some real smart man, smart monk man. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you wearing that robe? Why are you doing what you're doing? Why do you sound like that? Why do you look like... Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Okay? I am the harbinger of truth. That's why I'm doing this. Okay? I'm heralding truth. I herald mindfulness. I herald detachment. I herald your end. Your ending, the ending of self. How's the connection, everybody? Let me know. I'm not claiming to be a monk. The people who come in here and want to make declarations of other people's humanity and who they are and who they really are, the people that they don't know. People come in and say who someone really is that they don't even know, and they can't even understand words. I was W's in the chat, everybody. W, come on, everybody, get those W's. We're doing this together. Wuzza. Don't pretend that you know what this is. Don't pretend that you know who I am. Don't pretend that you're interested in meditation or Buddhism or being a monk or whatever like that. If you don't like it, get out. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I like that at the end. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. It looks like we have some issues with non-English speakers in here. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Was is past tense. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, but I'm not now. Don't pretend to know about Buddhism. Don't pretend to know about meditation. Don't pretend to know about the life of monks if you don't. From our involvement, from our complicated thinking to complete self-sacrifice. No understanding, no ability to interact, no ability to have an opinion. You want to call the police? Call them up. Or we can drop thinking. We can drop commenting. We can drop the need to be stimulated. We can drop the need to conceptualize. We can need nothing and offer the stopping of pretending. The stopping of pretending to know what this is, the stopping of pretending to know who you are, who I am, the stopping of using thoughts to be in and with everything. This is not thought-based. I am not your thoughts about me, matter of fact. This live stream, this experience, this situation is not your thoughts about it, matter of fact. Now, I would say that you are not your thoughts about yourself, but that's just to say that your experience, the experience of you, cannot be summed up into a thought. Now, I know that some people are new here, and we're still going to be in motion, we're still going to be in process, but you can call me Rob. My name is Rob. You can also call me Mr. Monk Life Meditation. I've been a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm not a Buddhist monk anymore, or I wouldn't be acting so expressively, possibly. We're here, we're concerned with mindfulness and detachment. We try to do these live streams every day, maybe at least 8 hours a day. We're here to talk about real spirituality. We're here to talk about real wisdom. We're here to cut the shit and cut the bluffs and cut the fronts of the fake spiritual, Reiki, crystal, sound bowl, kundalini, sex, spiritual fake cults. And we're here to be concerned with real wisdom. I ordained as a Buddhist monk in 2018, but I started my journey into Buddhism when I was 20 years old in 2014. I went to live at a Zen meditation center for a year. In 2018, I moved to Thailand. I ordained. I later found my main teacher in monk life, a monk from Myanmar named Sayadaw Ashin Otamatara. I have been studying and practicing with meditation masters around the world, living in monasteries, living in communities, attending intensive retreats for the past 7 years up to now. And I'm also here at one of my teachers' meditation centers here in Malaysia. Now, it may seem to be interesting or unknown or kind of unexpected to see someone having been a Buddhist monk for 7 years and sharing that experience and now moving around in different ways. So the point is that a lot of life is unexpected and that we are addicted. We're addicted to thinking, we're addicted to scrolling, we're addicted to liking and disliking. We are addicted to fake meaningful activities. And this is to invite, to invoke, to give the opportunity to connect around real meditation, real mindfulness, real detachment, real wisdom, the wisdom of, Buddhist masters, the Buddha. But this isn't really about the Buddha as much as it is about and I'm fully here to engage and talk with you. If you're a big, bad, serious Buddhist, or a big, bad, serious meditator, or a big, bad, serious spiritual person, or a big, bad, serious understander, or a big, bad, serious knower, I'm ready here. I'm here to talk with you. I'm here to engage with you and be open, and let's see where it goes. Now, one rule of thumb here is don't be in a hurry. If you're in a hurry, go and do what you do. Go and eat McDonald's, go and do whatever it is that you do. If you don't believe that this is real, if you don't believe that this is live, if you don't think that you have a capacity to communicate and connect with another human being, and that's not what you're interested in, a human being that was a monk for 7 years, etc., then that's all on you. I'm not here to force you to do anything. All right, so I'm going to release the chat. Let's get some big, big W's in the chat. I don't want anybody to hold back, and I want people to know, those people that are new here, I want people to know that we have a real community here, that we are real practitioners here, that we are really concerned with mindfulness and detachment here, that we are really concerned with doing good deeds here, that we are really concerned with being virtuous here, that we are really concerned with the path of freedom, realizing freedom in this very life. Okay? Let's get those big W's in here, everybody. And it's meant to be unusual. It's meant to be interesting. It's meant to be surprising. It's meant to be unexpected. That is a faculty. That is an aspect of what we are sharing and what we are doing here. What we're not doing here is giving a space for degenerates, sexual degenerates, for people to be psychotic, for people to pretend. This is not a space for pretenders. This is not a space for fakers. This is not a place for people to pretend that they know what's going on here, or to pretend to know who I am, or to pretend to know what Buddhism and meditation is about when you're not even really interested in it. Just pretending so that you can have an opinion, and pretending so that you can give another thought to your ego. So we're not here to do anything like that. And please feel welcome and free to ask any questions about anything, and we'll go step by step. Okay? And usually I like to bridge from there to this with a little bit of a song. And I know a lot of songs, a lot of people here who are Wobbert. How do you know Wobbert? You know, that's actually what my nephew used to call me. Anyway, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, breathing out. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true, what is true. I am going on a journey to nowhere. I am going on a journey home, a journey home. There is no need to hurry. There is no need to rush, need to rush. I have arrived at home. I have arrived at home, arrived at home in the here and in the now, in the here and in the now, in the now.
Do you hear what I hear? Do you hear what I hear? Do you see what I see? Do you see what I see? A song of no words, singing in the silence. I can feel freedom around. I can feel freedom ground. Okay. I'm not afraid to take a stand, not afraid to give, not afraid to let go. Not afraid to not be in a hurry, not afraid to not have everything figured out. That dog's about, see, those are the people I usually don't think about. Look at this dog's face. I don't know how well you can see it, but it's just looking very perplexed. You know, and I usually don't think about those people, you know, how perplexing this can be, but I hope they feel curious and welcomed. So when we have the power of detachment, we can like enable that degree of intensity as a tool, as a way of sharing, as a way of connecting, as a way of inviting. It's not like I identify with that experience, like that's who I am, making a loud noise or being silent. The answer is no I. No I, no problem. Most, if not all of these ideas and these stories, they come from this identity. Let me check on something here. Amitofo,
Yes, good afternoon. Can I help you?
I was just wondering, because I'm staying here.
Where?
I'm staying here. My teacher's temple is next door to Penang, this center.
At Tabawa, is it?
That's right. Yeah,
Okay.
I disciple of Seattle. So I'm just looking for a place to teach, because I am the meditation teacher. So
Okay.
I'm just looking for a place to do some teaching.
Okay, you have your own students?
I have many students, yeah.
So it's online or physical or what?
Can be both, yeah. Some students here, but most online. Most is online.
Maybe you can use Tabawa itself?
We can do it also, but looking for more option, because the internet connection there, also because I can use the 4G.
It's the same. Our internet connection here is all bad as well.
Oh.
Huh.
So if there's a room or any places you have that can be used for the teaching, something like that,
Room, no, but you're welcome to use our garden area.
just in the general garden area.
Yes, correct. Because at the garden area, there's a meditation booth on top. You have went up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the meditation booth, you can have your teaching there as well.
Oh, okay.
And you have a natural garden backdrop there.
And what if I want to conduct the retreat here in the Penang
Then there's
center?
a form you need to fill out, but we need to see whether the dates are available or not.
Okay. Okay, we can try. We can try. Okay. Amitofo.
Okay, alright, thank you.
Bye bye. Listen. Everybody wants to be the power man. Everybody. Even the women want to be the power man, because, you know, it's tough to be a woman these days as well.
Always been tough to be a woman. So probably sometimes you can appreciate. You want to have a power, you want to have authority, etc. But in this world and in this way of like spirituality, it takes sacrifice. It's not what you want, it's what you're willing to give. It's how much you're willing to give up. And it's according to blessings as well. You know how many spiritually woke teachers there are out there that want people to listen to them, that want to have a position of authority or want to have followers or something like that, or think that what they say is somehow absolute. It's a lot. It's a lot of people that are in that situation, and it just doesn't work like that. But my opinion, but this is my chance to be right. And so this is not really about being right. This is about being willing to sacrifice yourself and to give up yourself. Yeah, we can talk about the accent. I want to talk about that quite a bit. And so this is the other thing, right? To not be in a hurry. And that's why self-sacrifice is so important, because you can't be in a hurry in 7 years as being a monk. You can't be in a hurry in a meditation retreat. You can't be in a hurry if you sacrifice your own understanding, if you abandon your own understanding to learn from someone who's more experienced than you. You know what I mean? So this is all kind of a part of the path and the journey, but we're so hooked in, we're so addicted, we're so lost in the sauce of scrolling and seeking and attaching and stimulating ourselves all the time that we just don't know how to actually use our heart and our mind and our body to actually see what resonates with us, what we're curious about, what we don't know. Oh, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? So it's not some kind of tooting my own bassoon, but it's just like, probably a lot of people might have heard about a monk or have been interested in Buddhism or spirituality, but they've never met someone who was a monk for 7 years. So that could be a natural point of curiosity. And what are we curious about? Well, we tend to be curious about things that have depth and also things that we don't know very much about. So it's not like there's some kind of wrongness or rightness about knowing a lot about Buddhism or being a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and there's not some kind of problem in being curious and being interested in that or in the reality of that. So it's like we get lost in an idea of superiority, like, oh my gosh, this person was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, that's very superior, so and so and so. Or, oh, that person was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, that's very inferior, that's just a waste of time, that's just nonsense. But a lot of times, a lot of the thinkers out there, the reasoners out there, the understanders out there, they don't quite understand the falsity of equality. And what the falsity of equality means is that you can't pretend to know about something that you don't know about. You can't pretend to have experience with something that you don't have experience with. So not falling into superiority, not falling into inferiority, and not falling into equality. You are not equal to me, are you? Were you a Buddhist monk for 7 years? But it's not about being better or worse or anything like that. Not about being better or worse. It's about being not closed-minded, not having our minds closed up. And then something new comes in, something new happens, and we're having to break our T-Rex arms open to slowly talk about something or make use of what we have to benefit others, instead of just letting it sit there and rot for some nonsense idea that we have in our head about rites and rituals and the way that things have been done up to now. I'm going to take the ways that things have been done up to now, cognitive dissonance, and I'm going to turn it into a flower and hand it to you. You are welcome here. I'm going to be right back. We got to get our power bank because we are not stopping anytime soon. Let's get some big W's in the chat while I'm away, everybody. Don't let this stop. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Tila Ortega, you're just talking nonsense. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Because you're not really saying anything. You're just trying to poison the water. Like, of course, people can be fat for 7 years. People can be skinny for 7 years. People can be dead for 7 years. People can be alive for 7 years. People can be well-guided for 7 years. People can be misguided for 7 years. You're not saying anything. You're just trying to poison the water because your ego is reactive right now. You want to defend yourself. You want to make yourself feel more relevant, more but me. There is no you. That's why you feel this openness and this vulnerability and this sensitivity. So it's a fake comment. It's someone who's trying to get out behind their direct experience. Allow yourself to be with the way that it is right now. I'm not saying you're projecting. I'm saying that you're missing the point that's right there in front of you. No more pretending, no more faking, no more bluffing, no more fronting. We're here to have a deep and meaningful discussion. Like I said, two things. One, this is not about you, and it's never going to be about you. This is not about you, period. That's for the likers, that's for the dislikers, that's for the people who are in the middle. This is not about you. Not about me either. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about here. And these are tough teachings. This is a tough experience to have. This is something that we have to go through and we have to process. This is not about you, and this is not a place to be in a hurry. If you want to be in a hurry, go and hurry somewhere else. This is a place to stop. This is a place to stop. Keisha, you can check out the guided meditation that I did on the Israel-Gaza crisis. So that's just like a few videos ago. It's not a live stream, it's a recorded video. I'll be right back. Come on everybody, let's get those W's a coming. Come on everybody, let's W's around the way. Come on everybody, there's W's are coming. Come on everybody, those W's are waiting. Come on everybody, the W's are coming. Come on everybody, the W's are waiting. Come on everybody, the W's are coming. Come on everybody, the W's are waiting for you. All you got to do is reach out and get one of them. W's in the chat, everybody. W's for Buddha. W's for mindfulness. W's for who cares what other people think about it. I'm glad to hear that, Cognizant. But if you know how to crochet, you should know how to not be a nasty Nancy or a dastardly David in somebody else's house, complaining about the food that they're giving away for free. That's a tricky situation, right? We have the chance. Well, someone has like an open door policy, right? Someone has an open door policy. So we come over to their house and they're serving food. They're giving offerings to anyone, for everyone. And we come into the house and we sit down. This looks like shit. Oh, does it? Thank you. So it's a gift to be here. It's a privilege to be here. You don't have a right to be here. I'm not in your domain. You're not watching me from above. You're here eating the food that I provide, that I share, that I offer. This is my live stream. I was a Buddhist monk. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist for 7 years. How many times do I have to say that to get people cleared out and cleared in? Take responsibility for this experience. Take responsibility for this experience. You know, don't be ridiculous. Aren't I ridiculous enough as it is? Now, I know some people might have this sense or this energy like, this guy's so juiced up. This guy's so whacked out. There's no way I'm going to be able to communicate with him. But actually, this is our 1001th video. Over 1,000 videos here on YouTube. And, you know, we might ask what was means, but it's not too difficult to know what was means, is it? It means past tense. I was a Buddhist monk, but I am not one now. Now this is dirty and nasty and stinky and rotten, but this is the throne that we have to sit on. The throne of irrelevance. So this is like my mini ayahuasca retreat. I'm the shaman. And it's like you've studied into an ayahuasca retreat. And this is the shamanic practices and the somatic resonance work that I do here, that I offer here, right? Well, what is a monk to begin with? And I am living with monks. I still live at the meditation center. I live at a monastery right now here in Malaysia. Ever met a monk? Have you ever been to a monastery? Have you ever talked with a monk? Were you ever a monk? Have you ever read a book on Buddhism? Have you ever listened to a dharma talk from a monk? So it's like there is a lot. We are easy to talk about and easy to say that we don't actually know about or have experience with. This is really important to understand. Oh my God, the connection. Not the connection. Come on. What is going on? How can the connection be messed up? Come on. Come on. Come back to me. Come back to me. Come on, everybody. Cutting out. We were just here. We were just here. We were just in this space. How's the connection now? We were just here. We were just in this space. What's happening? Come on, everybody. Is the connection clear? 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 We go. They're gonna call me the Buddhist boxer. It's laggy. Well, we can't stay here, can we? Listen, we're in the danger zone. I'm not playing around. You don't usually do ayahuasca retreats in the streets for a reason. Because everything gets flipped up and tipped up and ripped up, and that's what we're doing here. Okay? We're done kowtowing. This is our time to go beyond the norms of what we're used to and what we know about. Okay? This isn't about taking drugs. Hi there in Norway. I've been hoping to get more Norwegian and Nordic entities involved in what we've got going on here. Are you kidding me? These ants are already all over my coconut water. I have got to find a place to make my stand. We have a lot of things to talk about on the itinerary. So please, if you have a good point for us to look at and deal with, don't forget that. We're just finding our throne room. So please give it a second, give it a moment. Yes, yes. We get everybody involved somehow, some way. Danish also, we're looking. The Danish are a little bit, they're a little bit iffy. The Norwegians, a little bit more reliable from my experience. Namaji. Okay, Jai Ram, Jai Hanuman, Jai Jagannath. Unstoppable. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because we're here to practice mindfulness and detachment, not read into things. You want to read into something, you're going to read up my foot. Okay? You're going to read up into my foot. I know where to go. I have an idea. But keep quiet about it. Bad connection. It's going to get better. Just wait a minute. Assalamu alaikum. I will not give up. I will not be defeated. The innocence of the children. There's no greater value in this world than that, is there? How's the Wi-Fi here? All right, we're getting better. Take it easy. Crystal clear, right? Okay. Here we go. How about here? You got to let me know how the Wi-Fi is right here. How's the Wi-Fi right here, everybody? It's good, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry we get a lot going on and all that, but I appreciate everybody's patience and their, you've got to have a lot of openness to be able to connect with the teachings presented this way, so. Get some W's in the chat for Buddha, and we'll go ahead and offer a chanting to recollect the founding teacher and to recollect the real Buddha, which is the awareness free of affliction and defilement. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Not in a religious way, even though it can kind of seem to be a contradiction, but actually the Buddha is not the Buddha in a religious way. Kind of a gold standard of meditation, gold standard of wisdom, gold standard of a lot of things in Buddhism. And we also can take refuge in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. So the Buddha is that pristine, clear awareness that is nothing, where everything that is nothing is already done, finished, accomplished, and resolved. Nowhere to go, nothing to do, especially not nowhere to go and nothing to do. Just a sound. Not even that. A pile of shit. The Dhamma is the teachings or the reminders or the ways and means of returning to freedom, to peace, to no more suffering, to the resolution of all greed, anger, and delusion here and now. Ehipassiko, to come and see for oneself. And the Sangha is the community of phenomena in this nowness that resonates freedom. So let's take refuge.
Buddham saranam gacchami. Dhammam saranam gacchami. Sangham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi Buddham saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi Dhammam saranam gacchami. Tatiyampi Sangham saranam gacchami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So, dear friends, here I am, ready to connect with you and answer your questions and talk about the topics that that we need to talk about, that we would like to talk about. This is not my home, so I don't have a home anywhere. I was a monk for 7 years, so I know of different monasteries and temples, and I have a teacher, so I know places where I can go and where I can stay, but I'm fundamentally homeless at this point and on the path and doing my best to practice seriously now. Shaving the head about every 3 days. And really playful, a lot of levity, a lot of flexibility, a lot of openness, and this is not meant to be conservative or conventional. So this isn't meant to meet conventional or conservative needs. This is more like what your children might be interested in terms of Buddhism, or what might get them to listen. And the same with a lot of Americans that don't have a background of experience with all this stuff, that this may be a key into for them to get involved and to kind of have a different perspective. Faith over fear. Hello. How is it possible to be your student? Well, I am teaching and doing my practice publicly, usually as of late, at least 8 hours a day. So as much as you can make the time or the space to join me and to follow and to listen, then you will be a de facto student. You can also consider to be a supporter, a donor, a helper in other ways to help me live my life and develop myself and help others as well. So everything costs money, and money can be very useful. Nothing doesn't cost anything though. Okay, looks like we're caught up. Hayden J says, isn't it vainglorious to film yourself meditating? It's not anything, right? So this isn't anything. So someone, let's say the person who owns this temple, could come in a few moments from now and scold me. They could say, what are you doing here? This is the bad thing to do in this place. Get out. Completely possible, right? And they're the owner. Now,
another thing that could happen is the owner could come in, see me teaching meditation and sharing about Buddhism to over 100 people online, and could sit down and commend me and say, wow, this is really great. How can we support this? How can we make sure that you're more able to do this and more well supported in doing this? So that is also one of the big teachings here, is that it's not one thing in particular. It's like someone comes in here and says, you know, you're doing this because this is, you love this, your ego loves this. Well, maybe that's the case. Another person could come in here and say, you're doing this as a way of helping others, and it's egoless. That's another opinion, that's another thought. People can say, you can say this hat is good or bad. It's not good or bad. You can say, wearing this hat, I'm trying to pretend to be someone. You can say, taking this hat off, so of course, people don't usually experience it like this, but when we make all these beliefs or these attachments to these random nonsense justifications that come up, we are creating a psychosphere of nonsense. And so it's not to debate, and this is the difference between the Dhamma and debating, or teaching and debating. What I just said is plain as day. There's nothing to agree with there. There's nothing to disagree with there. It just is that way. So rather than holding an opinion or being on the right side or the left side of it, we start to look at the way that it actually is. And so the way that it actually is most oftentimes wordless and thoughtless. But we are too compulsively thinking to notice that and to recognize that and to empower that. We can try to be specific, but specificity usually has to do with practicality. And practicality usually has to do with our intentionality. So what is your intention in being here? My intention in being here is to make a judgment about you. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but this is not the place for that. Please make your way out stage left. My position here is to tell you that you're so beautiful, you're so handsome. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome to do that. You can make the exit on stage right. And ultimately, this is an open space where anyone can come in and anyone can be here. People also ask about, why are you acting like this? Why are you teaching like this? Why are you being like this? Well, imagine if your meditation teacher, or the monk that you know, or the temple that you're familiar with, had hundreds and hundreds of people streaming in and streaming out. And some of them just came in and walked out, and you kind of, in some ways, you hear the door opening and closing as people come in and go out. And a lot of them just came in and said nonsense and started critiquing what you're doing in your own home when they don't even know what's going on. They don't even want to be there. They're not even interested in the topic. So this is, we're doing our best to keep people engaged and ready. We've got to get a little bit closer, don't we? This is too far away. People feel like they're watching a movie or something. This is not a movie. This is real life, everybody. What did Annie say? Annie said, it's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. In a minute. Lee Noi. Lee Noi. Lee Noi, Lee Noi. I didn't expect to see you here. Lee Noi, Lee Noi, Lee Noi. Lee Noi. Lee Noi. Always a competitor, never a winner. What a shame. You come here, Linoy, and I'll teach you how to sit, all right? I'll teach you how to win. Attachment to the way that you sit is not the way. And I'll tell you what, I'll tell you what, you want to talk about good sitting posture. Once you go to Myanmar, once you go to Thailand, you see how monks oftentimes sit. Senior monks, real meditation monks, you'd be surprised. So the point is, do not be attached to outward appearances. Do not be attached to rites and rituals. Be free, together with everything, together with anything. Start by focusing now. We want to learn how to breathe. We want to learn how to be mindful. That's only now. So this is like the bike that's attached to your skull. If you want to learn how to ride the bike, ride it. Ride it now. Focus on breathing now. Who said that it has no value? You did. So you're arguing against yourself. Linoy, you don't have what we call in Buddhism, Satchaditi. You don't have right view. You have attachment to the rites and rituals, the way that things appear, attachment to appearances. We need to know how to make use of appearances without being attached to them. We need to know how to hear that we don't have right view without being frustrated that either we don't have right view or someone is telling us that we don't have right view. The way that you get into deep meditation is by not seeking to get into deep meditation. The way that you get into jhanas is by not seeking for jhanas, in the midst of seeking for jhanas. Right? The right posture is not concerned with the body, it's concerned with the mind. The posture of wisdom, the posture of not someone, not something, not some place, not some time, not some situation. Okay? Meditate as not someone. Sina, right now I live at the meditation center here in Malaysia. You're in a hurry. You're in a hurry to meditate. You're in a hurry to experience something good. You're in a hurry to, it's not my take, it's the way that it is, Linoy. It's like if you came up to somebody and arm wrestled them, and they handedly smashed your hand on the pad. Boom, 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 boom. And then you said, thank you for your take. It's not a take. It's an utter victory and an utter defeat. It's not a take on it. It's the teachings of the Buddha on mindfulness and detachment, on suffering is caused by attachment. Nibbana is caused by detachment. You go into a yoga studio and you see some skinny, beautiful man or beautiful woman with big earrings and nose rings and eye makeup on, standing upside down on their head, and you say, they're an amazing teacher. They're from the mountains of Nepal. It's being stuck on appearances. See through appearances. See through good. See through bad. See through right. See through wrong. That's the right way to do it. That's the wrong way to do it. See through both. See through you and me. Your take and my take. Okay? Winning and losing. Don't BS yourself. Don't flatter yourself. Okay? It's like you get into somebody's car and you try to put the key into the ignition. Maybe you were carrying a key with you, I don't know. And then the person comes up to you in the car and says, hey, that's not your car. Get out. And you say, okay, I'll let you have it. Huh? Get out! Go! Listen or get out! What are you talking about? I like your take. I'm going to give you a take, all right. I'm going to give you a big take. And that's a good way to look at it as well, General. Being the witness, witnessing. Stepping back and widening out the mind and the heart. So there's two arrows. There's two arrows that we get caught up in. Okay? The first arrow is pain. We have a body. This body is going to die. This body is going to get sick. This body is going to get old. I'm just waiting for it to happen. Knock, knock, Mr. Rob. Knock, 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 Mr. Power Man. Knock, knock, sir. You've got brain cancer. You're sick as a dog. You've got a big, big problem and it's not going away anytime soon. You're going to die soon, etc. That's life. Okay? So we become humbled by reality, by the way that reality is, not what we think about. So if we're just locked into what we think about, we're not going to be able to listen to reality that humbles us, that teaches us to detach. Step forward, step forward, step forward, step forward, and step back and detach and relax and release the whole body and mind. Bing, bang, boom. It's not a take. It's what you want to do. If you want to be free, if you want to be at peace, if you want to be found, if you want to refresh and restart the ego and the self, to begin again, to have another chance. So these two arrows, the first arrow is the pain. Pain is going to happen, just like pleasure is going to happen. So you get hit by the arrow of pain. That's pain. It's unpleasant. But the second arrow is the suffering. It means you're complaining about the pain, or you're trying to understand the pain, or you're trying to figure out the pain, or you're trying to solve the problem. It's like we think that our mind is operating according to some kind of simplistic math or simplistic word structure. Your brain is not operating under a word structure. It's a false flag. It's a false code. It's not a real code. The words and the phrases and the stories, the way that we explain things. The brain doesn't operate like that. The ego doesn't operate like that. Reality is operating on a non-dual principle, and proper code is informed by non-duality, non-dual principles. Now, if you fixate on non-duality, that's also going to be dualistic, right? So, instead of, if I say, no more thinking, instead of whining about that or having an opinion about that or complaining about that, that hits you and you say, what? No more thinking. Just remove the complaining. Remove the secondary thinking. Remove the trying to control, trying to understand, trying to solve, trying to manage, and just allow it to be there. So you don't get yourself stuck with a second arrow. That's the arrow of suffering. The arrow of suffering is like the arrow of complaining. Yeah, breathing, deliberate and involuntary, and neither. Breathing is both deliberate and involuntary, and not deliberate and not involuntary. Both and neither. We are pretending to explain that which is unexplainable. We're working with materials, we're working with appearances in a very shallow way. And then we're convinced by the shallow creations that we make. So be unconvinced. Honestly, jet engine go boom, gun go boom, computer go vzz, camera go flash, skyscraper go build, 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 build on top. We are pretending. We are pretending to be some kind of ultra superior, and the AI is just words and electricity. You realize that, right? It's just words and electricity. We don't even know where electricity comes from. We barely even know about our solar system. We barely even know about our galaxy. We barely even know about our galactic, so we're just pretending to have this ultra high understanding and position and authority of the world. Everybody's convinced themselves that they're God. You're not God. God's easy to understand. Buddha is difficult to understand. Look at Buddha up there. You're welcome, Ashley. No, they don't charge me to live at the monastery. Lee, I don't know what you're doing here, and I don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain that to me? Now we can say, 100% we can say this. Let's say this, right? Okay? Let's say this is my house. Now you can come here to my house. And you can say, this isn't really your house, right? And I can say, yeah, I know that. So then where are we? Then what are we dealing with? Denzel, Sierra, it's a gift. It's wonderful to have that kind of connection with a loved one, 100 years old, that deep, meaningful connection that's about to pass away. That is a gift. The time that you now have with them is all the more precious, and you can be with them in a more deep and meaningful way, in a way that is aware of their impermanence. And being aware of that impermanence, you can begin to be aware of that interbeing, that your grandmother or your loved one is in you and you are in them. And in their body passing away, or their mind, whatever way you want to think about it, right? They are becoming, you can have an even more deeper relationship with them, an even more deeper relationship of interbeing with them. They are in you and you are in them. Zach, I am doing my chores. This is also, a lot of people don't understand this, and they don't need to think of me this way, but they don't understand this principle. The Dhamma, teaching the Dhamma dana, the giving of the Dhamma, the being able to teach meditation, the being able to teach about mindfulness and detachment, the being able to teach in a way that engages people and gets them curious and interested in dana, in generosity, in sila, in virtue, in bhavana, in cultivation, in wisdom and detachment, is very rare and precious and high skill. So that's what I'm doing in my little thought bubble. You may not agree with that, but that is the principle. So you may not even agree with the principle, so it wouldn't matter if you agreed with if that's what I was doing or not. Well, Linoy, you would have been much better off. What is this ant doing? This is my coconut. You would have been much better off leading with that, because you exposed yourself completely when you talked about sitting positions. So, but otherwise, yeah, that's a good point, and that's a good take that you're saying, right? Your take is just a take. My take is just a take. That's a big part of what I teach here. But you kind of exposed yourself. You cheated yourself out of a bigger mutual agreement than what we have here. But you're welcome. Come to visit here in Malaysia. We can walk around together. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm not a Buddhist monk now. They call me the bad boy of American Buddhism. They call me the the I show speed of non-duality. They call me the Aiden Ross of Advaita Vedanta. The Aiden Ross of Advaita Vedanta. This is also one of my personal skills and practices, because we really, we aggrandize ourselves and we aggrandize situations a lot. And it means like we overthink them, or we put ourselves in like a precarious situation, either in a positive or a negative way, like being shy or anxious or overwhelmed, or being like overconfident and overindulging in the idea that we have of ourselves, right? So I like to practice like blowing it out of proportion. So like the Aiden Ross of Advaita Vedanta, the Mr. Beast of Buddhism, the I show speed of non-duality. This is just relatively, this is just a small gathering of people, and we're lucky enough to have the flow of the algorithm going on. So it's not, I don't have a temple, I don't have a meditation center. I'm just human. I wake up and I feel tired, or I feel sleepy, or I feel whatever. We don't have AC, so it's kind of it's sometimes a little bit hot and sweaty. Wake up, take a shower, and go walk to the cemetery and turn on my camera, turn on my live stream. So it's not a big deal in the way that we think about it. Our view, our opinion, our conceptual understanding of what's happening is just a thought. It's just gas in the wind. It blows away. Giving is, you have to be careful with that, because if we're giving as a way to exploit taxes, is that really giving? That may be like doing something that's generally good or helpful, right? But is that really generosity? Is that really self-sacrifice? So we want to practice generosity in a way of giving away what we're attached to, for the explicit purposes of giving it away, giving it up, abandoning it, renouncing it. Sure, for a good cause, but we have to look at if we're really renouncing anything. And also, when you get to Mr. Beasts, so like generosity here is not primarily about social work. That's more like a side effect. Like if you donate to your teacher and you support your teacher and now your teacher is supported, that's more like a side effect. But the practice of generosity, where we get blessings, where we make merit, is that we are sacrificing, or we're giving up, or we're giving away something that has value. So like having more followers, having more subscribers, having people donate is a side effect of what I'm doing. And I am supported and facilitated by those side effects, to make use of them. But that's not the purpose of what I'm doing here. So we should make sure that the purpose of our generosity is to give. And to give concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, that's a good way to give. Works for me. Working for me. Working well enough. I'm sorry I missed some comments. I like this Linoy person. Don't I know you, Linoy? That sounds familiar. I think I know Linoy. So to become fearless, sit in the difficult position, and I visit your house. Fearlessness is a characteristic of enlightenment. You agree? Enlightenment has no characteristics. You agree? You agree with that?
Well, then I'm exposed. Let me be exposed. Why do you keep talking about it? Okay, then that's what it is. You don't have to talk about it. You know what I mean? Certainly not as someone who's watching and consuming and listening. Then it is that way already. So let it be that way. Why do you have to interfere with it? Why do you have to get involved with it in some way? If that's the way that it is, then that's the way that it already is. Let it be. Let it be the way that it is. Well, a lot of people care, but the question is just, are those opinions really coming from a good place? Are they meaningful opinions? Or are you just like addicted to having an opinion? What if you don't have any opinion? Do we need to have an opinion right now? Really, I'm asking that. Do you or me or anyone need to have an opinion right now? I don't feel like I need to have an opinion about anything right now. It's like, do I need to have an opinion about this coconut that I'm eating? It's good, it's bad, it's whatever. It already is that way. I don't need to hold an opinion about it. So this is eating coconut without an opinion. People don't have access to community. People don't have access to deep and meaningful connections with others, doing meaningful activities. Everybody's getting put through the blender of consumerism, consumption, and complacency, and capitalism, the C's. If it was up to me, I'd remove C from the alphabet. No more capitalism. Anyway. I'm not talking about fiscally. I'm talking about the cultural implications of having a society that values entertainment and consumption and value of distraction and advertising companies over everything else. When you have a society where it is viscerally more important to make money than it is to be generous or to be a good person, that society is doomed to fail. That society is in the process of failing. What's your question? Ideally, this live stream will be like a large coconut falling onto your head and cracking your skull, so that your brain matter is now exposed to reality. So that you now have to deal with the sensitivity, the responsibility, and the joy of being on this path. To look at your own mind, to look at your own brain, to look at your own experience. Sing it here together with me, Veronica. We'll go step by step. And I want everybody here to join along, and let's get some big W's in the meantime. You ready, Veronica? Here we go. Repeat after me. First line. Breathing in. Okay, together, Veronica. Here we go. Breathing in. Next line, breathing out. Breathing out. Okay, second line, together with me, Veronica. Breathing out. Breathing out. Now let's do it together. First two lines, do it together. You ready? Everybody ready? W's in the chat. Come on, everybody, get excited, get excited, get excited. Don't type it out, sing it out, breathe it out. Practice it together with me. Here we go. Let's keep our fingers crossed. We're going to do this, everybody. Let's do it. Breathing in. Breathing out. Again. Breathing in. Breathing out. Again. Breathing in. Breathing out. If you can't sing along, just keep those W's coming in the chat, or you can type it. Breathing in, breathing out. Okay, let's go to the next line. I am blooming as a flower. Let's try together, okay? I am blooming as a flower. Next line. I am fresh as the dew. Together. I am fresh as the dew. Next line, this is my favorite. Okay? I am solid as a mountain. I am solid as a mountain. Together. I am solid as a mountain. Next line, I am firm as the earth. I am firm as the earth. Together. I am firm as the earth. Okay? So who's ready to start again from the top? Start from the beginning, the breathing in, breathing out. Are you ready? Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Yeah, completely natural, completely normal. So come and join and practice with us. Veronica, here we go. Breathing in, breathing out. Again, breathing in, breathing out. Blooming as a flower. I am blooming as a flower, fresh as the dew. I am fresh as the dew, solid as a mountain. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Together with me. I am free. Again. I am free. I'm 32, bro. Spaghetti. 32. Did you really dream about me, Spaghetti? Concentration and relaxation together. Okay, Veronica, join the club. I can't keep habits. I'm bad at schedules. I don't want to rely on prescriptions. You sound like my kind of Veronica. Welcome in. Welcome to the Monk Life Meditation community. Okay, welcome to Mr. Rob, Mr. Monk Life Meditation, Mr. Here and Now. So you can be here now. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've been teaching meditation and Buddhism for more than 5 years, basically continuously. This is video 1001 on the Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel. My full-time job, my life, is about this. If I'm not doing this, I'm just taking a rest. Walk around a little bit or spend some time with Mr. Whale or watch some video, relax, go to sleep, keep myself out of trouble. We're live streaming upwards of 8 hours a day at this point. So you can be here together with these live streams and you can eat it, you can digest it, you can see how it affects you. And then you can make your decision to move forward with the arrangement or not. Pretty simple stuff, but maybe unusual, maybe outside of our purview as Americans or Westerners. But this, what you're seeing here right now, this is it. I'm not selling anything. I don't have a program. I don't have a plan. You know, I have some ideas, some thoughts come up in the mind, but I'm basically on the streets concerned with this. It's just that there are not a lot of Korean bathhouses and places where you can go and, do your teaching freely. So it's to stay at a meditation center or stay at a hotel or something like that, then that's what I'll do. But if it was possible to do like this on the streets, then I would probably be more comfortable doing that, honestly. Or a little place, little cubby to go in and sleep. Well, you're here now. You're here now. In Malaysia. And it's very important that people who have some kind of interest in this take some big bites. Take some big bites of this experience and this teaching, this live streaming, whatever you consider this to be, and keep an eye out. See how your mind is doing, see how your life is doing, see how your experience is going, and let me know or let people know, other people know in the chat, in our community, because that's valuable information. What I can say is that I'm doing very well with these teachings, with these practices. Life's going as well as it can be. But that's different from the wellness that many of us imagine, because we might be thinking about flying around on a private jet or driving a fancy car or eating special food or some kind of idealistic dream life that we are moving into. But this is like a non-dreaming life. This is like a life of ordinariness, of not doing bad things, of doing less bad things, doing more good things, and purifying the mind, or allowing the mind to purify by being informed by, concerned with, empathizing with, and actualizing wisdom and compassion. That's fantastic, Isaac. I love that kind of stuff. Send her over. Okay, great, Kelly. Good luck. Well, Veronica, let me give you a big tip to make you miss out on some unnecessary difficulties. Don't attach, don't engage, don't get too involved. Just step back and widen out the mind. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing my heart. I'm allowing my mind. I'm allowing my body to be the way that it is. I'm allowing my love. I'm allowing my brilliance. I'm allowing my peace. I'm allowing my freedom. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing free to be free. I'm allowing my eyes to see what they see. I'm allowing my ears to hear what they hear. I'm allowing my body to feel as it's feeling. I'm allowing my mind to think as it's thinking. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing. And let's get a round of applause for Greg, for Mr. Greg Felix. Could we get some big W's in the chat and a big round of applause for Monsieur or Madam, who knows, Greg Felix? Please, W's in the chat and a big round of applause. He's made a big impact and benefits for this live stream with his comment. I think that's informed a lot of people's presence here today. Look at these two babies fighting. Or, yeah, they bit each other. I believe in life after love. Do you? Cher does, right? Cher believes in life after love. Look at this. And this sneaky one, he get in the straw. He just got an amusement park ride. Remember, don't do the bad stuff. You're not allowed to ask any more questions, Zach. Whatever it is, don't do it. If it's bad, you know it's bad. Thank you. Go out into all. I forgot, I need to put on my hat. That sunlight can be brutal. Let's open, let's widen out. Come on, enlightenment. People are monkeys. I think that's the easy way you can begin to understand it. The people that you think are humans
that are, I'm the manager, I'm the director, I'm the boss of this place, I'm sitting here doing nothing for hours and I'm in control. They're monkeys. That's why it's like that. And it's not meant to be an affront. It's to point towards our own superiority complex that we have. That we're better than monkeys. What do? They go around playing in the trees. So we're not really better than monkeys. Great ape, whatever you want to call it. So that's why people don't act the way that we'd like them to think. That's why we're so, caught up in social media and caught up in appearances, because it's like a banana in front of a monkey. Yeah, they get a high salary, don't they? So we have to not be jealous and just be okay with what we got. People are in poverty because they want more than what they have, and that becomes institutionalized. It becomes not just the individual or the group, it becomes a society of people who want more than what they have. That's where the issue is. That's where poverty comes from. And it's across the board. It's, it doesn't matter what country you're from, that's the way it is. Because that desire for more than what you already have access to, it makes making use of what you already have access to inaccessible. You understand? I talk with because I was in rural India, somewhere in northern India or wherever. I think we were headed up to Nepal, Lumbini. And we stopped at this roadside, and I got out, and at this time it was the beginning of this year, and I was still a monk at that time. And I got out and I went to the chai bala, the chai shop, and I sat down and I was going to have a chai. And I saw these people, and what I really noticed was these Indian people in India, in northern India, they're really aging very quickly. So I'd ask people's age, they'd say they were 32, they look like they're 50. You know what I mean? And so I said, why are people so old like this? And he said, they're so stressed, it's difficult to have food to eat. And I said, what is it? If you plant food, won't it grow? And everybody's just wanting more. They're wanting money instead of food, and now they don't have food to eat. They're making all the food. They're trying to sell it so that they can get money for these other things. We have to learn not just how to accept what we have, but how to make deep and meaningful use of what we have together, not individually. There's no such thing as an individual. Believing in an individual is just as real as believing that the giraffe's neck has nothing to do with the tall trees. Having more what, RH? It's just that things go according to the depth to which we get involved, the depth to which we can stop, the depth to which we can clean up the mind. How do you think high-level science is done? The room has to be completely clear, has to be completely clean. How do you think they make these, these microchips, these nanochips and stuff? The reason that you can't do that, you can only do that at specific places in the world, is because that environment has to be exceedingly, exceedingly clean. And so when we don't know about having a clean mind or starting with a clean slate or refreshing and restarting the operating system of our ego, it's like everything is crowded and cluttered, and it doesn't matter what we do, it's going to be polluted by our biases, by our preconceived notions, by our ignorance, our attachment, our anger, our greed, our delusion, etc. It's like, look at Seattle when they started that, what was that zone called? That zone was called, we're getting a little bit high up here, weather patterns moving through. What's that zone called? The autonomous zone, the cut or the cat, the chop, where this zone in Seattle, they moved all of the police out there. And they moved all the police out, and then they started to like manage it for themselves. Or Occupy Wall Street. I was way back when, I was with Occupy Wall Street in Washington, D.C., you know, camping out and living out a tent. And the reason that these kind of socialist or progressive or whatever kind of movements don't work is because people's heads are full of shit. And they don't know how to stop. They don't know how to give. They don't know how to renounce. So yeah, everybody wants to come together and sit in a circle for a meeting and show how, you know, how much, how high they can hold their nose to different people and different views, etc. But nobody's ready to sacrifice their life and say, wait a minute, this is the starting point for whatever it is that we want to do. And the degree to which we can stop and give is the degree to which that can be successful. But until you can actually stop and cut out all of the stacks that you've put on top and get rid of all that and start back here, you can't really make the best use of each other or your resources together. And anyway, you can't use each other's resources because you're greedy. You don't want to share. You don't want to renounce. So that means we need to go fundraise. We need to go find people to fundraise. We need to go find people to help. And then what that becomes is people standing in the corner or standing together and just yelling at the air. Who are you yelling at? What do you think it's going to do? Of course, to a degree, when you get these big movements and momentums of people coming together and protesting, of course, that does have an impact. But when you're talking about sustaining that, you get a collected group and sustaining that, and people show up and there's no police or there's nobody to protest against, and you're just standing there yelling at the sky, hoping that people take pictures of you. Is that as far as we can go in our contemplative, revolutionary political movements? And of course, they're doing other things as well. So it's not like, it's just a different approach. It's a different way of dealing with it. Especially when we want big changes or we want to make a big action or we're talking about revolutionary movements, you just sit in a circle and agree with each other and then send out pamphlets and say, okay, we're going to meet together here and there and there and there. It's a totally limited way to do things. It's a capitalistic, isolationist, individualistic, and you know, it's not very collective. Communists or socialists talk about, well, we need to redistribute our resources. Well, start with each other. You want to learn about Buddhism? How do I get involved in enlightenment and Buddhism? And start here. Start stopping. Start listening. And go from there. We can't be in a hurry. Excuse me, ma'am, this isn't a McDonald's. Yeah. Definitely, Merle. That's why for me, America is like a haunted house. I just don't have the stomach for it. I have a sensitive stomach. I'm a sensitive boy. I've always been a sensitive boy, and I still am a sensitive boy. I'm a sensitive man. So, I can't take it. I'm sure I could take it, but not in a hurry, not in a rush. This isn't a place to talk about politics. We have to know how to leave. We have to know how to let go. The world is not going to be the way that we want it to be. So you've got to let go. It's not about thinking about things. Kiwi, this is about Buddhism and meditation. Humanity exists as much as you're willing to be generous. As much as you're willing to give and share and be who you are and be unafraid and be unlimited, and then sacrifice, that you're ready to sacrifice who you are and sacrifice your idea of being unlimited. To give up, to give away, to abandon whatever it is that you get thought up in your head as a construct. As much as you can do that, humanity still exists. As much as you can't do that, you're lost in the sauce of complicated thinking. You're lost in the sauce of greed, anger, and delusion. That thought is trying to trick you. Those kleshas, those greeds, those angers, those frustrations, those preferences, those attachments, etc., they want to perpetuate themselves, just like an organism wants to keep living. So when that thought comes up and it's so clearly apparent that's based in greed or anger or delusion, that is its own vanishing act. It's a magic trick. So don't fall under the spell of the thought. It wants to perpetuate itself. It wants there to be reaction and action to it. It wants there to be grasping onto it. It wants to perpetuate itself and multiply. So to not need to keep thinking, to stop thinking. Literally, not allegorically, to literally stop thinking. Pause thinking. Pause emotions. Pause trying to understand. Pause trying to do anything. No, Meliodas, you're choking on your own fumes. Shut your mouth. Shut your mind. Pause. This isn't for everybody else. This is for you. Pause thinking. Pause emotions. Pause questioning. Pause conceptualizing. Pause idealizing and thinking about things. Pause it. Ooh. Together with me. See, this, Meliodas, this is what I'm trying to say to you. You want to get the answers to your question? Follow along with me. Om Mane Padme Hum. Om Mane Padme Hum. Om Mane Padme Hum. Together. You need to pause the thinking about pausing thoughts. You need to pause the thinking about pausing thoughts. The thought that thinks about pausing or not thinking about thoughts is the thought to be paused. The pausing gives you an inclination towards the experience of detachment, or naturally not thinking, or naturally being uninvolved, or naturally not believing in ideas and stories and appearances. The practice of non-belief. The practice of non-belief. And we say that's fake. Well, everything's fake. And everything's real. So if we're talking about the degrees of authenticity and degrees of sincerity, who are you to say? What do you know? And I say that to myself. I say, who are you to say? Who are you to know? I'm going to practice it. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to get up. You're going to have a bad day. This isn't the best thing for you to do. You don't even deserve to do this. Shut up. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you with my power. You understand what I'm saying to you? That's what I say to myself when I wake up. I say, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. You're tired. I know what you're doing. You're just trying to make money. This is about your ego. You're an egomaniac. I say, shut your mouth. I'm the maniac here. I'm the power man here. I'm the tough guy here. I say that to myself when I'm waking up out of bed. I say, going to sleep. And I say, shut up. Shut your mouth. I'm the power man now. And I get up and I get in that shower and I walk to the cemetery. I get on my live stream and I say, welcome. Here we are. The Wi-Fi's not working. I was sitting in the shade. I chose to go into the cemetery because it was going to be quiet there, and I knew the coffee shop was going to be loud as all heck. And I'm sitting in the shade. The connection's not working. The mic's fizzling up. And I say, shut up. I'm the power man. We'll just walk. And we'll do it. We'll do it live. And we'll do the work together with everyone. Regardless of the conditions, regardless of the situation, you're not going to tell me who to be. You're not going to tell me what to do. I'm going to be free. I'm going to be concerned with this stuff. I'm interested in this stuff. I'm going to show up and listen to it. You're not going to tell me, the fuse, to light the fuse of mindfulness and detachment with generosity, with giving, with self-sacrifice. These young people, Black Mirror is just a young boy. And he can get together to donate to $5 because he feels the inclination to be generous, to give, to sacrifice. That's what we're here to do. Anger issues?
Anguishu mana mayo anganishu namuana yangurishu nanumayo wanamaya wakanama angurishu ayanama wakanea oya wajuea angurishu rayo makuroda vaishuakirea angadeo shuraya nama haingurishinu wayanama wakunushuya angarishu roya pakunoashi angurushu rakumadu eso angurushu eva. Do I look angry? I'm not angry. We have a wrong view. We have a wrong understanding. We think that the person in front of us is a real true person in a real true story. So we're looking at this from the wrong view, and this is why we practice generosity. This is why we practice to make donations. This is why we practice to volunteer. This is why we listen. This is why we listen. Listen with our listening ears, with our hearing ears. We listen with our hearing ears, okay? With our hearing ears to detach from our own understanding. This live stream is not about you and your ego. This live stream is not about you and your ego. This is a throne of irrelevance sitting under the Buddha. Okay? I was a monk for 7 years. I'm here teaching about mindfulness and detachment. This is not a place for your ego to spread out its legs and share with the group. Okay? Please, listen closely. You have to detach from your own understanding to hear what is being said. This is concerned with reality. This is concerned with the way that things actually are, the undeniable way that things actually are. The reality that does not give you a call before it realities around. Okay? So in the mind of the self or the ego, reality is always giving you a call. Thank you, Isaac. You're the best. Reality is always giving you a call, isn't it? And Isaac and these young boys, they really show what's what. Because these boys don't have much, but they can practice generosity. You know, sometimes, especially men rarely donate. Men are rarely donors. They come along, they have a good time, they take all they want, they fill their bellies up with the teachings and with the practice and with the presence, but they're not going to donate. So that's neither here or there. So in the world of the ego, okay, the world of the ego, reality is constantly calling us up. Reality calls us up and says, hey, Mr. Tahoe, I just wanted to check if it was okay to rain today, to be the way that it is today. And Mr. Tahoe says, yeah, that'll be all right. I can agree with that. I can accept that. Reality is egoless. Reality has nothing to do with your ego. The way that things actually are has nothing to do with what you think about them. Okay? This is the meditation center. This is the monastery of monk life meditation. All of us are a part of monk life meditation as much as we want to be involved and be engaged, okay? And to develop it, not as a big fat consumer smoking a beer and a cigar on the couch, walking on your big screen TV, okay? But as a donor, as a volunteer, as someone who comes here for refuge and for practice. Now, I want people to listen very, very clearly with what I'm about to say. Reality, according to the teachings of the Buddha, has 3 marks. 3 marks. Okay? Sometimes we skirt the line, but you're right. We're not doing that. So, 3 marks. 1 is no self.
This can also be understood as interbeing. I know that our minds, we can't wrap our head. There is no separation. There is no you separate from everything else. The idea of you, the idea of your ego, the idea of yourself is BS. James Bond isn't real. Daniel Craig pretending to be James Bond isn't real. The whole thing is fraudulent. There is no separation. Your body is just like the body of the tree behind the Buddha. It is with the ground, with the sunlight, with everything. So what we call our ego, or what we call our Mr. Opinion or Mrs. Opinion holder, is empty. It is empty of separation. It's empty of truth. It's empty of practicality. We create or we play pretend with separation to get to a particular goal according to our intentions, according to our desires, according to our fears. Let's try to be fair. Okay? Nobody's perfect because there is nobody. Anyways, we might not understand it, but we can understand this principle of no self, no separation, or interbeing. I am the clouds, I am the blue sky, I am the earth receiving a seed. I am the lightning, I am the thunder, I am the volcano ready to blow. And I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. So here we are concerned with reality, and we're concerned with the Dhamma. We're not concerned with random people's opinions who leave comments. We don't know who you are. We don't know what you're talking about. We don't know what your intentions are here. Do not come here and pretend to be Mr. Important, okay? We've got enough Mr. Importance in the world, okay? You're making yourself into a big, fat, drunk American Republican. American-made soldier. And if that's what you want to do, that's what you can do, but that's not what this is here about, to make ourselves into a fool. I'll be the fool for everybody. Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo. Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo, Namo Amitofo. Think of this as a ayahuasca ceremony that you've happened to become a part of. But it's a kind of safe ayahuasca. Usually I don't hear back from anybody that they have a bad consequence from following the teachings. So I'm glad about that, from following along and practicing along with me. Sometimes I get myself, into the deep waters, but you just do a little bit of chanting, you relax a little bit, take a rest, everything's good. The DMT is natural in the mind, Mr. Important. Mr. Opinion. Okay, listen closely, everybody. So, 3 marks of reality. 1 is no self. You can think of this as no separation, or that you can think of this as there's no ultimate, basically true separate things that we can establish narratives on. And this is how when someone comes up and they say, this is a good guy, or this is a bad guy, or you should donate to this guy, or this guy's a fraud and a scammer, etc. Don't donate to him, whatever you do, right? So that there's not a like objective or absolutist statement in that. It's a statement made with some kind of intention based on that person's wisdom and compassion or lack thereof of wisdom and compassion, right? Their insight or their lack of insight, their wish to, some people just are angry and frustrated and confused and they're pushing that out into the world, right? To perpetuate themselves. So that is the rule of law. That is the rule of reality of impermanent, no self. I spoiled the surprise. The second mark of reality is impermanence. It means that there is no thing that is permanent. So what this is kind of teaching us is that there's no point in trying to hold on to things. That as much as we are like compulsively holding on to this thought and working out what we're going to do and how we understand this and, you know, what's the next step, etc., there's actually no need to go about all of that. And this is a big part of the teachings here, to work with the unnecessariness. There's a lot of what we think, there's a lot of what we do, there's a lot of how we respond to other people or act out in the world that is unnecessary. So we can relax through recognizing unnecessariness. It's not that we're now meditating, okay, I'm going to try to meditate, okay, I'm going to go in this direction, okay, tell me what to do, but that actually we relax all of that needing to do something and needing to go somewhere and needing to understand something, and we can just kind of, we can be along for the ride for a little bit. We can be with this for a little bit, see what it is. You know, it's like, everybody be careful! Be careful of what? This is just a random live stream on YouTube. And the teaching here is to be very careful, but be careful through openness and be careful through generosity. The capacity to give up the initial reaction, the contraction, to give it away, to detach from that, to abandon that, to forgive that. But it's knocking on my door, but I thought it. Okay, all right. Relax. So all these egos come in. Okay, all right, we got it, we felt it, we're experiencing it. And a lot of the times, it's not going to stop necessarily. Or it's not going to go the way that we would like it to go. Or we thought about it in the wrong way. That's why the Dhamma becomes our refuge. Dhamma is always relevant. The Dhamma is always here and now. The Dhamma is always practical. And when we are bitter or frustrated or negative about the concept of generosity or the concept of self-sacrifice, that means that I'm doing my job. Okay? If you feel selfish, if you feel like you're being pushed and threatened, yourself, your possession, you're holding on, that's what I'm here to do, ultimately. Especially for those selfish men. Shame on them. Okay. And number three, speaking of that, the number three rule about reality is that everything is suffering. You know what Buddha says? Buddha says, life is shit. Your shit, I'm shit, everything here is shit. Oh my God. Well, instead of becoming depressed, what is the best food for thought? What is the best material for compost? Human feces. So what that means is that this suffering is the essential ingredient to nibbana, to freedom from suffering. What does it mean? It means also that there's no kind of objectivist Even the children, the young, the trolls, the baby ones can understand, but the adults, how we become as time goes by. And we can talk about all these things, but if you feel targeted, if you feel personally offended about the notion of generosity or the notion of making donations, you should look at yourself. Okay? You take so much, but what do you give? What do you sacrifice? What do you give up? Are you willing to give up your views? Are you willing to give up your opinions? Are you willing to give up your beliefs? Are you willing to give up your strongly held ideas about people, places, and things? Join the club, because that's what we're here to do. Whatever you're attached to, use that to be generous. Use that to give. And that's just nihilism, Zach. We don't play that game here. If you want to shit your pants because nothing matters, go for it. But you're going to be walking around with shitty pants. Good luck getting a girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever it is that you're trying to get. You're probably not even going to be able to go to the store because you've shit in your pants. And then as you're, going to your job with the shit in your pants because everything's meaningless and I believe in nothing, well, I think you're probably going to get fired. Okay? You're going to stink. So it's not eternalism and it's not nihilism. And also this teaching here about everything is suffering or life is shit, it means that there are no objective claims because every claim is just a claim about shit. Whereas the Dhamma is like, okay, this is shit. This is suffering. This is impermanence. This is no self. This is what it is, as it is. So if it's shit, well, let's compost it. Let's transform it. And so the stupidity and the ignorance and the attachment of the people who come here and say, this is shit or this is suffering, it's that they don't recognize that, yeah, this is shit. Whatever you want to call it, it's shit. Whatever you want to call it, it's suffering. So how do we transform that? How do we make use of that? How do we develop that? There's a wonderful teacher. Who's ready for their book recommendation? This is The Color of Gold, Saffron, The Fire Lion, The Real Power Man. Don't you dare affront my vestigials again, okay? Watch it, Arjun Soni. People think I'm a pacifist. You might be surprised. All right, here we go. Who's ready for the book recommendation? I want to know who's ready for the book recommendation. Please, end the chat. Anyways, No Mud, No Lotus. The Art of Transforming Suffering by Thich Nhat Hanh. No Mud, No Lotus. The Art of Transforming Suffering by Thich Nhat Hanh. And it has the teaching right in the title. So yeah, there is mud here. I mean, as far as I know, if there was no mud here, I'd probably be floating above a mountain somewhere, enjoying myself, not burdening myself with these kinds of activities. Although I'd probably even be more excited and more inspired to give more and to act even crazier, so that the algorithm says this guy keeps people to stop swiping. So it's also a good time. It's also interesting to kind of work with energy like that and break out of the mold and not be worried about, what's the Buddhist people going to think about you, or what's this person or that person going to think about you? Who cares? That's no fun, worrying about what people think about us, etc., etc. Learning how to not get lost in the sauce. So this is like lay clothing for a Vietnamese Buddhist. So just like a normal, not a monk who's a Buddhist, who's Vietnamese or like Chinese coded. China and Vietnam are very connected. So this is like lay Buddhist clothing. Yeah, you can use a book like that too. And yeah, it's all there to help us decouple. And as close and as finely as we can get that connection and that clarity of what's happening and what's going on, we can reach out and we can share and we can express, what we understand and what we felt through that. Because we are becoming vehicles for selflessness. Oh, you should definitely go, Z. If they're named that, could be a good sign. Could be an auspicious sign. Well, selflessness is based and blessed. The last thing we want to do is trick people. We want to be as exposed, as vulnerable, as authentic, as open, as transparent as possible. That's my view. That's my position on it. Thank you, Noah. You're the best, big guy. I'm not really, but as a joke, I can say I'll get myself some Robux with that. And honestly, that is what we're trying to teach here. We're trying to teach this idea, and I don't know, maybe Noah's 40 years old, 50 years old, but let's just say he's a baby boy. He's a young man. We're trying to teach young people, we're trying to teach the kids of America that there is such a thing as a person who's primarily concerned with wisdom and compassion. There's such a thing as that, and someone who's experienced in that to whatever degree. So you can call it a monk, but the monk is just a meme. For American sensibilities, there's no, we have to kind of go beyond that because the monk thing is just a label that doesn't really mean anything. It almost excludes us from the intimate truth about it, the point about it, that there are people that are primarily concerned with compassion and wisdom and have varying degrees of success in being involved with that, but they've invested, they've spent time with that, and that if you have a chance to support them in some way, that's a wonderful way to be in relationship with them. To be generous. Not just because that person's your boyfriend or your girlfriend or because they're going to do something for you. They know I'm not going to do anything for them. Sometimes the kids, they say, twerk for $150. And you know what I tell them? I tell them that's not what this is about. This is about Buddhism and meditation. This is about mindfulness and detachment. Goodbye. Let's all say goodbye to Buddha. Let's all say goodbye to Buddha, everybody. Bye, Buddha. Thank you, Buddha. Buddha very happy in the live stream. Sometimes I see the Buddha. Actually, I've been seeing it And I get the sense, I get the energy like Buddha wants me to be a monk again. And also like my teacher wants me to be a monk again. I get that sense. Yeah, sometimes we just get a sense or a feeling of certain things according to appearances. Here, look, a monk. There's a monk. Sawadee-kap, Ajahn. So first we saw a Buddha, then we saw a monk. Yeah, you can do, you can do most things as a monk. Yeah, dearest Thai. Yeah, Thai Thich Nhat Hanh in his younger years, he was doing pretty interesting things as a monk too. We talk about like social status and how people view us and, if we're right or wrong according to this person and to that person. Thich Nhat Hanh had his passport removed. He was removed from Vietnam. He wasn't allowed to go to his country for years and years. And then he started a temple again in Vietnam in his later years when he was like world famous and successful. And the government in Vietnam forcibly removed the monks from his temple by throwing feces into the temple and being in plainclothes police officers to remove monks out of there. So it's just not reliable, that way of looking at things and looking at ourselves. How many followers do we have? How many people are watching our videos? How many people listen to what we say? What's our status in the friend group or in the hierarchy of the institution or family that we're a part of? It just doesn't mean as much as you think that it does. The same with like monks do this or monks do that, or it's just we get lost in outward appearances and we lose a relationship to our source, right? The mind essence, the source essence, where we don't need to be a streamer. We don't need to be famous. We don't need to be worshipped and be get donations or something like that. We can just be free. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing better than to just be free. And that we can share that together. We can share that with others. Not really. Most monks that I know, probably 80% of monks in the modern world accept donations. And especially, it's not just Theravada monks, but it's Mahayana and Tibetan monks. And Tibetan monks definitely, and Mahayana monks usually use money. It's when people talk out of well, actually, it's maybe just a different view or a different kind of statement, but if you go to the holiest place in all of Buddhism, in Bodh Gaya, you'll find hundreds of monks sitting together, meditating, receiving money and food as donations, afternoon. So it's like, what are we really talking about here? What are we really trying to talk about? Are we talking about the traditional rules about monks from 2,600 years ago and about precepts? Are we talking about academics? Are we talking about the standards that we want to hold the monks in our community to, related to the temples that we're supporting and donating to? So we expect those monks to live up to a certain standard and live a certain way? Or are we just talking to talk? You know what I mean? Or to be contrarian? Well, the thing is that you never really feel accepted as a monk in the Asian world because it's just not a world that's there for you. Um, and the reason that a lot of the Westerners who become monks aren't able to stay monks for a long time is because they can't nourish themselves. Because we're not just eating meditation all the time, we're also eating the food of the culture and the social environment. You know, we need friendship, we need communication, we need freedom. We need a lot of things that you won't necessarily get if you just go and stay at your average Thai or Myanmar monastery, etc. So, yeah, feel accepted, but not always welcomed. You know, and sometimes accepted and welcomed. But then you become, you know, you have your own qualities, or you have your own ways of practice that maybe fit more or less in certain places. You know, you get disappointed, you get inspired, etc. Comes and goes. Uh, I mean, playing pretend or finding a way to play is maybe okay, is a good thing. The problem is that we've become sick inside, a lot of us. We didn't learn about virtue or morality in the world, in our lives. And so we don't have ideas about generosity, we don't have ideas about patience and forgiveness and compassion, or we have ideas, but they're very loose. They're very kind of nonsensical. They're not grounded, they're not deeply established, right? We just heard about these things. And what that means is that as we get older, we tend to lean towards degeneracy. A lot of lust, a lot of anger, a lot of desire, a lot of fear, you know, and we need to know how to detach from lust. We need to know the dangers of lust, the dangers of unbridled lust. You know, lust is not something you want to have a pride march about. I don't have anything against pride marches, although, you know, being prideful, you have to be careful with that. But the last thing you want to do is have a pride march about lust, about sexual desire. Sexual desire is like one of the things that makes us the closest to animals, like barbarians. You desire something, you go and get it, like in the animal kingdom, right? Or in the human kingdom before, when, you know, how could a husband take advantage of his wife with or without consent? It didn't matter because that was his wife. So we have to really, we have to deepen our heart values, deepen our presence, deepen our contemplation, deepen our consideration in living in the world. Not just keep consuming and try to get money and whatever. Oh, it's just that what you like or what you dislike doesn't matter as much as you think that it does, and is untenable because you're not God, you're not the controller of the world. So you like a blue crown, who cares? It doesn't matter. That's what I tell my son. If I had a son and he said, Papa, Papa, I love this blue crown, I'd say, look, it doesn't matter, man. Life is shit. Get used to it. I'd take that blue crown and I'd eat it. See what he did, right? And that's the other problem that we have, right? We get into this black and white duality that doesn't make any sense. And that somehow that makes us be more prone to negativity. Because me doing that, you'd say, oh my gosh, you're a lunatic, you're crazy. You could say that, right? But actually, it's not about that one action. It's about the way that you live your life, the way that you're embodied. It's about consistency. You know what I mean? It's not allowed, relative reality. Payment for service is not allowed. What are we going to do with this guy? I need some creative ideas how we're going to deal with this relative reality guy. I've never had that happen to me. Payment for a service is not accepted. Donations only. I appreciate you, relative, and definitely a nice comment to go along with it. Thank you. And you're very welcome here. Appreciate you. Payment for service, my God. No service is being offered here. No payments accepted. So it's like for the young men. A lot of the young men, I don't know everybody here how much you know about this, but a lot of the young men have a masturbation problem. They have masturbation addiction. And what oftentimes goes along with that is a lot of pornography and who knows what can be going down a very dark pathway with the sexual addiction. And so a big part of their journey is they're working to, they want to do no fap. They want to not masturbate, because when they do, they feel shame, they feel tired, they feel this, they feel that. And so the important teaching that I like to share with those people is that you have to go beyond yourself masturbating or not masturbating. If you masturbate, know how to use that to be on the path, to be more mindful, to be more kind, to be more focused in the direction you want to go. If you don't masturbate, know how to use that. Now, if you primarily just know how to masturbate, right, then you want to know how to not do that. So you can practice fasting, you can practice not doing that. But getting lost in this idea of, this one thing is so important, or this one thing is so negative, or this one thing is so good, is actually the problem that you're trapped in to begin with. So you have to step back and be a little bit more flexible and a little bit more open to what's happening, rather than just trying to control what's happening. Because you can't control what's happening, whether it's masturbation or a certain kind of thoughts that might come up. Whatever it is. Okay. God, you can make another account and come back, all right? But that account is done for. That account is never going to see the light of day ever again on this YouTube channel. You've been defeated. You've been overcome. You've been erased. Game over. Your actions won't become detrimental to yourself if you know how to let go of fixating on the idea of yourself. Yeah, that's wonderful, Dixon. Who are you? Have you been here this whole time? Look, I don't want any trouble. You kind of look weird to me. What is this? What's happening? Why are you mimicking me? Look, I'm going to tell you this once, and I'm going to tell you this not again. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm not somebody you want to mess with. Why are you saying what I'm saying as I'm saying it? What's going on? Oh, you're a smart guy, huh? Okay. You don't believe me. You don't believe that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I get it. Let's see you keep up with this. Ha! You're not going to keep up with me once I start moving in this way. Now I'm looking right at you. What do you want? What are you doing here? Who are you? I said, who are you? Why are you... Enable override authority. Who are you? Who are you? Wait a minute. That's just a mirror. I was just looking in the mirror. I thought I was having a whole experience. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. The sun, it shines on my face and on my eyes. The sun, it shines in my heart. The sun, it shines in my heart. The rain, it falls from the mountains to my toes. The rain, it falls in my heart. The rain, it falls in my heart. Mash, you're a little bit, how do you deal with that? You have to kind of settle down for a little bit and stop trying to have an opinion or an understanding and just like participate more. Like you could even try to mimic what I'm doing. as a practice. Like sing the songs or do the mantra meditation and just relaxing the, like having the position or having the understanding about what's going on, because that can be a very heavy burden. And like trying to make use of the understanding of what's going on to move forward. It's not really useful to do it like that. And just be patient. Yeah, the mirror guy is a nightmare. So just let it be, let it go. Because you can keep looking at that mirror and keep thinking about it, or this mirror, or you can just say, oh, it's a mirror, and walk and be. So let's get some big W's in the chat. Who's ready to go to the graveyard? Who's ready for the graveyard? There's also a sauna. We have a sauna right next to the temple. I would love to do a sauna stream, but come on, everybody. Big W's in the chat. Yeah, just to be. That's much better. Much more clear. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Headed to the Mongolian graveyard. And maybe see if Mr. Whale is around. Mr. Whale, you want to come to the graveyard? Graveyard, walk a little bit. Just a little walk. Just for a little bit. We got him. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. No hurry, no rush. Mr. Whale coming in. Run straight towards it and grab the camera for an edit. Wow, yes. Or a high five for an edit. That's a good idea too. So we go to the graveyard. Now in terms of children,
I've been waiting for you.
yeah. How would you describe being a child?
No idea.
Yeah, no idea, right? So children, no idea. And that's something we all can really learn from. We've got too many ideas. How many ideas are you, Mr. Whale?
Well, I'm good at math problems, but not good at my things.
Yeah. Good at math problems, not good at my things. And can you give us a tung 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 sahur for the edit?
Sahur! Where were we going?
We're just gonna go to the graveyard. You know, I tried to go to the graveyard this morning.
What?
Well, a little bit before the afternoon, and it was so hot. And I went under a tree and the connection wasn't there, so I had to abandon ship and go to the coffee shop.
Really? You didn't
Yes.
bring me?
I don't know where you were.
I was at the center. I was waiting for you.
Yeah, well, we also had a bit of a, because everything's impermanent. So as much as we can be consistent in recognizing that everything's impermanent, we'll be able to relate more directly to children and also to the people we care about, more intimately, more directly. Because you get fixated on this happened or that happened, or they're like this, or you're like that. You just lose that connection power. So here's the graveyard. Hmm? I'm the real power man. You can call me Mr. Power Man. Ooh, the sunlight, huh? How are we gonna deal with the sunlight?
Can we find some? We won't find something very good today. Let me find some mist.
Okay.
Oh, look, free shoe. Again, we find it.
It's like Mongolian energy here. All right, come on. It's dangerous. There's glass. There's all kinds of things in there.
I'm not good at this.
Yeah.
It's super hard.
The world of intimacy. The world of the unknown present. The
Let me
gift.
take a shortcut so I can get
The
first
excellence.
place.
The true power.
I got first place.
Oh,
Look! Who's
oh,
here?
little dog. Hello, Jibbies.
You're so cute.
Oh, it's scared of me. Scared of me. Okay.
I'm scared of you, but not scared of me.
Oh.
He says, you want joy? Come on, let's go. Ooh. Easy. Following the trail. Wait for me.
Just got to get out of this sunlight.
Up there yet.
Yes. The truth has no duality, young man.
But wait for me. I'm just behind you. Oh my goodness. It's walking. It's walking. Let's go down here.
Go ahead.
You go first.
Go in there.
We go in the wild jungle.
Going in there.
No way, this is real.
Okay. Yeah, no way this is real. I also get that sense sometimes.
Kill mode. I'm at first.
Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om
Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Widen out, Mr. Whale. Widen out. Open out, just like that. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. It's easy to talk the talk, but it's difficult to walk the walk. So let's get busy walking the walk somehow. You cannot replace my body with your body. I cannot walk for you, but we can walk together. The secret city on the other side of the Mongolian graveyard. As you're doing that, relax and release the whole body and mind. Thank you, brother, or sister, or dear friend. Together with me, Mr. Whale. Oh, come on, Mr. Whale, don't give up. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om
Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh. Hello, Helgi. Helgi, just make donation.
4,600.
What can you share about making donation and
You can share it with poor peoples.
you can find the poor people and make donation to them.
You can give anyone.
You can give to anyone. Okay, here we go. You ready? Be strong. Come on. Be strong,
No.
man.
You break my ears.
No problem. They're made to be broken. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Just leave me
Om
alone.
Mani Padme Hum.
You almost killed me.
Because it's a balance, it's a give and take, right? These kind of relationships, we can't just take and not give, and we can't just give and not take. And sometimes we're giving the wrong things, and we don't always, we can choose less what we take, we can choose more what we give. So it's really flexibility and openness, and in that moments of sensitivity, in that moments of vulnerability, to really be like, you are mostly the problem. And if you can step back, and if you can relax, and if you can settle down, then you can make best use of that opportunity there with your loved one to express your consideration, or to,
My caramba. No.
What? Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Let me go out.
It's good, it's good. How about tonight? Are you going to lay in my bed?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Why?
No, you're not.
I'm gonna still lay on your bed.
No,
Like a crab.
no.
Yes. You're gonna leave your.
We had a situation, and I was kind of drawing parallels between this and that, but last night after a long day of work, being out in the graveyard screaming and yelling, that's not easy to do. And I came back to my space where I stay at the temple, and it's just a little bedding area, and it needed to be cleaned up, and it needed to be arranged to be suitable for my dignified resting. And Mr. Whale, and then to take a shower. Now he's breaking bottles. He was laying in that bed and laying in that area, and he wouldn't
Give up.
give up. And so we got into a little bit of a spit. But to each other, and to be patient at times like that, because it's easy to try and force the situation to change in a particular way, but you can't necessarily do that. So it's almost like you have to stop trying to force and be open to being with it the way that it is.
you know, but you have to let go of getting what you want at that time. Are we breaking bottles at the graveyard?
Yes.
How about we break Mr. Whales at the graveyard? Is that a good idea?
Yes.
The bottles have feelings too, okay?
No idea.
Mr. Whale, where is your papa?
Work.
And where is your mama?
My mom has the LCC.
She went to the other temple, right? Yeah, mama and papa are still around, but you know, there's a lot of things that we don't have in America that they have in the Southeast Asian countries. For example, I met a couple who was a friend of a friend in Vietnam, and they had spent like 10 years or more than 10 years living together in Taiwan working on a tea plantation, like 10 years straight. So they saved up all their money during that time, and then they came back to Vietnam to like build their house, you know, and to live their life in Vietnam and do the small things. They can make, like the fishermen, make a little bit of money and things like that. So that's usually not something you hear about in America or in the Nordic countries, the Western countries. Not something that I knew about before. I found that really interesting, really fascinating. This is your opportunity to practice mindfulness and detachment, okay? This is your opportunity to practice real mindfulness and real detachment without any excuses, all right?
Yes, I know.
So let's practice meditation together, okay?
How hours?
Me and Mr. Whale are both a little bit, seems like we're both a little bit sick. Are you really doing nothing, or are you just saying that it's nothing? You know what I mean? Because we can spend all day
Here?
eating. Yeah, come and sit here. We can spend all day eating fried chicken and watching TikTok, and we can say we're not doing anything, but we're not really not doing anything, right? So we have to be aware of that. You are the best at cheating yourself.
Oh, come on.
So don't cheat yourself, go beyond yourself. That's the teaching, that's the idea. It'd be a shame to miss out on this opportunity to go beyond yourself, to go beyond your ego, to go beyond your identity. These are the mountains of your mind. These are the clouds of the mind. This is the sound. This is the image of the mind. Everything is just mind. To relax and release the whole body and mind. To relax and release all thoughts of self and other. To relax and release all seeking, all fixating, all understanding. To relax and release the identity of Buddhist or not Buddhist or Christian or not Christian or whatever. You can sit back there and you can do like a spiritual movements, like spiritual dancing, okay? Or the spiritual singing also. You get back there and you get to work. You get back there and you get to work. You want to play the cat game, don't you? You better do something spiritual back there, right in that position.
Sahur. Tung, tung, tung. Meow.
It's like you go into the coffee shop and you ask the barista, what are you wearing underneath your clothes? This is a coffee shop. I'd rather you not ask mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with getting a hold and what I'm kind and generous is shut up and listen and practice seriously, sincerely, as much as you. No! So bad.
I just want to go home and relax.
Relax by playing the cat game. You will sign a formal agreement, a declaration, a proclamation of restoration and restitution of my rights to my own dominion.
No. I'm not
You will
going
make
to.
a commitment to never sprawl out on, dwell in, or be in my small bed space ever again.
Yes.
You accept?
Yeah.
The internet is glitching. It's impossible.
That's great.
It's impossible for the internet to be glitching.
The cat game is glitching
What's happening?
because of your fault. That's why this thing's glitching.
Mani Padme Mani Padme
Monica.
Mani Padme
Can we go home yet?
Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum. You know, and there's a lot of people that kind of there's a lot of people that scroll by, you know, they spend a little moment and then they offer their, you know, worthless time and attention, and then they scroll. And I think about those people and I really want them to get something special. Even if it's just one of those people that is on there scrolling, they give a little bit of attention, they say, well, that's not for me. I wanted to give them a little bit of something special. You know, I'm always considering about that in my mind, something to take home with them. Look at how beautiful this is. We can just relax. We can just sit here and be at peace with ourselves.
I still want to go back.
What are you going to do when you go back?
I'm gonna play.
Play what?
Play my car, of course. Can we go home? So I can sleep on your couch? You know, this morning I already sleep on your bed one time. Why is so still? Can we go home yet?
There is no home. It's an
Why?
illusion in your mind. It's a dream. Wake up to a new life, to a new beginning.
No, this
There's
is
nowhere
not.
to go and there's nothing to do. All of your life up to now has been a dream. It's time to wake up to the truth, to freedom, to liberation, to the light beyond light.
This is not a dream. It's a real life.
What is real life?
That's why I never tell your parents to go home early. Can we go home? Can we go home? A laptop? A laptop? I left my precious
All right, let's go.
home.
Let's go home again. Once again, we're going home. Once again, we're remembering the present moment. Once again, we're letting go. Because home is where the heart is, my home. Because home is where the heart is, my heart is with you. Home is where the heart is, my heart is with you. In this moment, I have arrived. In this moment, in this moment, I've arrived here again. In this moment, I've arrived here again.
Very noisy. The cat's gonna whip you. The cat is coming to whip your butt.
We need to teach people about the truth.
No. I just want to go home. Everyone, don't believe your dad.
I love these egg emojis. But your dad is your dad, right?
No.
Well, then there you go. We have an agreement.
You're not my dad. You're my uncle from jungle.
You know, I was Uzin for 7 years.
I don't believe you.
What? I was a monk for 7 years. You don't believe that?
You mean 71?
No, 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk. I was a real Buddhist monk for 7 years.
Show me the picture.
You've really never seen my pictures to be Buddhist monk? Who here believes that I was not a Buddhist monk for 7 years? I don't care about the people who believe it. I want to know about the people who don't believe it. You ready? You want to see?
Yeah.
Good-minded friends on the path, you know exactly what time it is. It's time to wake up. It's time to take a deep breath and be here in the present moment. Join me live for a cooking session where we are going to be preparing Buddhist vegan meals right now. So get on board. Get on board, everybody. Hop on the choo-choo train of happiness. Here we go. Or whatever you do not do let it be peaceful.
Yeah!
Be aware of what is happening now and do not ruminate on what has happened before or what will happen.
Come on!
That's not real.
Whatever you do or whatever you do not do, let it be peaceful.
Yeah!
Be aware of what is happening now and do not ruminate on what has happened before or what will happen.
In a yard of 1,100.
Whatever you do or whatever you do not do, let it be peaceful and be at peace with all doings and non-doings. Be aware of what is happening now and do not ruminate on what has happened before or what will happen.
I still belong to believe you. That was like 4,055.
Look at this one.
Okay, friends, as they say, all is fair in love and war. And let go of your complicated thinking. I'm at the airport. I'll be flying soon. Wish you all well. Be safe. See you soon.
No one believes you.
Okay, friends, as they say, all is fair in love and war, and everything is peace if you know how to be mindful and let go of your complicated thinking. I'm at the airport. I'll be flying soon. Wish you all well. Be safe. See you soon.
Be safe, everybody.
Or don't be
And this,
safe.
the master, the very power man, the true power man, even beyond male and female. Seattle. You know Seattle.
I don't remember you becoming a Usain. What is 3 plus 1? You know Seattle come a lot of time here?
Yes.
How do you know? Are you following Seattle everywhere?
I was before, but not now.
Like what?
Hmm?
But why?
It's just how life goes sometimes.
Not life goes like that.
Okay, dear friends, we have successfully arrived in Italy. The weather is beautiful and the people are quite fine. I hope that you're all keeping well and look forward to practicing some meditation and concerning ourselves with the truth of the ultimate reality very soon. Hang in.
Can we go home yet, Dad? Holy moly! Jesus Christ.
Here, look at this. How do you explain this? What's that?
I don't believe you. You follow Seattle everywhere?
Yes.
What about Penang? I didn't see you at Penang.
I came here before you were around. Seattle. Oh, we're not here for storytelling.
No,
We
we're
don't
not
have
here
the
for
retinue to facilitate the space and time for that. See here.
Everyone right here.
I'm allowing me to be me. So what is the explanation? What is the reasoning for the the intense release of energy? Is just, it's like what? There's an earthquake. What are we going to do about it?
We're just gonna go move into another.
Somebody screams, somebody yells, all right? So what? What do you think? What do you think's going on here? What do you think you're going to do about it? And so it's to kind of decouple this self-fixation routine and this self-importance routine. Because I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
I still don't believe you.
Here, listen to this from Huang Bo. A perception, sudden as blinking, that subject and object are one, will lead to a deeply mysterious understanding, and by this understanding, you will awaken to the truth. Let's all keep our fingers crossed.
You're not making your finger cross, right? Can we go home yet?
Where do you want to go?
Let's go home.
Where?
You're learning here is to drop the past. Okay? It's an exercise, by the way.
Yeah!
the past. Don't think of the past. Look forward to what you're learning here is to drop the past. Okay? It's an exercise, by the way. Drop the past. Don't think of the past. Look forward to the future. And every thought, when he talked about perfect and clear, it refers to the thought that originates from your Buddha nature. If you're able to do that, then your thought will be perfect and clear.
I will sit on you. Now you're in a special chair.
Okay, friends? So follow the instructions of the teacher. Don't
Friends,
Don't
tell
make-
us, are you bored or not?
Nothing that disappears.
Oh, here we
This
go.
is where the freedom appears. Liberation is not something in the future. It's right now. That clears
You stink! You stink!
You stink too.
from the traps, the habits.
I don't believe
We are creatures of entropy, and we live in this world being bombarded.
it looks
This
like
modern
that.
world where there is so much more input, constantly messages coming in. There's a stop.
Can we go home?
Why was even existing at this point?
Can you see in front of you? There's a lot of homes.
Want to walk around a little bit more?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Let's walk.
I've been waiting for you to go home. I've been waiting for you.
Have you ever felt not good?
Tiglandia.
This is an interesting thing. I went to
Malaga.
give a talk in Turkey.
Time out. How can we practice meditation?
Just relax. Relax and just train.
Train.
Yeah.
Train in relaxation.
Yeah, together. There was 3 people.
Together with,
Yeah, like focus on the thing you're doing.
what if you're just not doing anything, but you're feeling the painfulness?
Just teacher teaching 3
Yeah,
kids.
see, look. No, see, it's a big group in Turkey. I give the class in Turkey,
Turkey.
and I drink the tea in the Turkey.
Can I eat turkey too?
No, the Turkey, the country,
It's a turkey country.
the Turkey country.
I know.
I'm allowing
I've been waiting for you to walk.
me to be me. I'm
Can we
allowing
walk?
me to be free. I'm allowing my power. I'm allowing my stillness. I'm allowing my heart to beat the way it needs to. I'm allowing everything to just be as it is right now. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing everything to just
Oh my
be as it is right now.
Can we go home?
Do you want to go for a walk?
Yes. I'm waiting for
All right. Can you scream like me? Let me hear it. I know sometimes you're making a bunch of little noise. Ah, I see. My disciple. But what we need to understand is that everything is very sensitive. And because everything is so sensitive, we can kind of make up a box to be in because we feel more safe and more comfortable in that box than being with how sensitive and vulnerable and raw everything is. And so instead of building up this
box of attachment, the answer is detachment, so that you can be right up face to face with that vulnerability and that sensitivity and that intensity, and you don't have to turn the other way. You don't have to try and figure it out in some way or avoid it in some way or get something out of it in some way. It just is what it is. And being detached from that can support. You can take care instead of trying to manipulate and to control, or acting out of fear, acting out of greed, acting out of delusion. Uh-oh, look at all those beer cans. You know, somebody said that after I do my live streaming, after I do my teaching, then I get drunk. Is that true?
No.
Okay. Not true. I'm allowing me. It's a gift. It's a lesson. Loss is a gift. Loss is a win. That's what we have to learn. We have to learn to accept loss. You learn from loss. It's a gift to lose. The more you lose, the better. The more informed you will be. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. Allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing my power. I'm allowing well-being. I'm allowing my path to light up before me. I'm allowing everything to just be as it comes to me. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing, easily allowing all my dreams to be in the right timing. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me be free. I'm allowing my worth. I'm allowing my brilliance. I'm allowing my path to unfold now before me. Allowing everything to just be as it comes to me. Come on. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing, easily allowing all my dreams to be in the right timing. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing my worth. I'm allowing my brilliance. I'm allowing my path to unfold now before me. I'm allowing everything to just be as it comes to me. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing all my dreams to be in the right timing. Right, who knew? Come on, everybody, here we go again. Come on, everybody. So it's almost like we want the thoughts to become annoying. We want to become annoyed by the unnecessariness of noisiness. And that is when we recognize that, that is when we can find the silence inside of the noisiness. So that is like the true silence. That is the silence of detachment.
You're fired.
What do you mean I'm fired? I'm self-employed. I'm non-self-employed.
You go home.
Say it loud, say it strong, say it proud. Let me hear you. Come on, let me hear you.
Can you go home? Can you go home? Can we go home?
Can we go home? Can we go home? Can we go home? Can we go home? Can we go home? Can we go home? Can we go home? Can we go home?
Can we go home?
We are home.
This is not home. This is.
But what about this song? I have arrived. I am home. In the here. In the here. And in the now. Sing it with me, everybody. I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now.
Going home now.
I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa, 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 Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观菩萨。
I'm gonna get you guys.
南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。
Can you go home?
南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。
Can we just go home now?
南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。南无观世音菩萨，
Don't care.
南无观世音菩萨，南无观世音菩萨。Let's go.
Yay. Let's go home now.
Not the FBI said, Mr. Whale, you aren't going anywhere.
Hey, you FBI, shut up.
Oh my goodness gracious. How about that? Kids these days, huh? Oh, he deleted his message. He was scared.
Yeah, that's a great job.
Quick out, juice out. Wake up. Yeah, Matan, I hope I can work with Matan again sometime. That would be great. That was a great interview. I guess, yeah, we have some people who come from that because that video has over 500,000 views, I think, by now. Should be 500,000 views. That interview that I did with Matan Evans when I was a monk.
Slowing down for a drink.
No, not a monk now. I'm monk-ish. I'm definitely monk-ish. Yeah, being a monk can be very difficult. Oh, we're talking about a System of a Down. That's an old hit. Wake up. Ariels in the sky. Yo, 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 yo. I'm going to send it over to you through frequency, Never Snitch. Listen closely. Do you get it? What are we breaking bottles for, Mr. Whale? Why have you changed? Yeah, when did you learn to break bottles like that? What changed, huh?
From you.
Before you weren't breaking bottles. You learned from me. I haven't been breaking any bottles. What do you mean?
Yes.
It could work, Never Snitch. It could.
Can I go back to the graveyard?
Can we go back to the graveyard?
No. Fox.
Okay. All right. Let's get you back to work.
Where I am.
Well, if you don't want to work, then you need to be more generous. And if you don't want to work, you need to be more mindful and more virtuous. You need to be ready to self-sacrifice, because what has kind of convinced people that they want to work or that they need to work or whatever is all of these desires that they have. You need to have an apartment, you need to have a car, you need to have a retirement plan, you need to have health insurance, you need to have this, you need to have that. So naturally you need to work, you need to have a job. But if you can see that you don't need all those things, then your identity can actually relax a lot. And this kind of relaxed identity can be a volunteer, can be a yogi, can be a meditator. But we're not just going to recline in our gaming chair and say, I don't want to work, I just want to play video games. Because, life is already kind of like a video game, and it's a video game that's going to kick your patootie. There you go. Beautiful. Sugar. The System of a Down. Hypnotize, mesmerize, etc., etc. But you have to be very careful about music. Don't go around listening to music all the time. It's a last case scenario solution. Music is very dangerous. Listen to Buddhist music, Tibetan chanting music, Blue Cliff records, healing songs from the Blue Cliff Ensemble. Listen to that kind of stuff. Oh, these are barking dogs for sure. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. Home is where the heart is. My heart is with you. Home, not the FBI. Okay, well, I'll see you later.
Why?
I gotta get back to work.
Go to the graveyard again?
I'm not gonna go to the graveyard. I'm gonna go to the noodle shop.
Why?
It's a good question.
I'm not gonna fly.
Okay. I'll see you next time. Okay, I'll see you next time. Good luck. Good luck, Mr. Whale. So we can rest, we can recover in motion through detachment. Come here, Zuby. Hi, come here. Oh. Hi, These dogs are influenced by that big, ugly old dog. These dogs are vicious. Wild dogs. Well, we have to forgive them, whoever they are. Just forgive. Yeah, it's just an idea, right? I mean, it's a thought. It's like, do bricks have souls? Do animals have souls? Do humans have souls? What is a soul? Okay, well, we say soul. A soul is like it's like a spirit that's like a dream version of yourself, or a dream version of the body and mind, or some kind of essence of yourself. But see, what is that self to begin with? Right? What is that self? So we say, well, that's me, that's mine. It's the separate experience because my body is separate from their body, and I'm in control of my body and they're in control of their body. It's not always true. Have you heard of slavery? People were oftentimes not in control of their body for hours and hours and hours every day because they were forced to do that kind of labor. So, we can kind of explore it and delineate it, but what it basically becomes is a false science. It becomes a science of assumptions and a science of belief. So that's, of course, is not what science is about. And instead, what we make use of as a Buddhist, as a meditator, as a who was it, blah, 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 whatever, is just through that direct looking and that direct experiencing, You want to be a businessman, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a race car driver, you want to be a woman, you want to be a man, that's great, but can you not want for a little bit? And without that want, what is you? Just through being, just through looking, just through experiencing. And it's not to say you can't create things, because of course you know that you can create things. You have the power of creation. You can imagine all kinds of things in your mind, in your head already. You're used to that. Life is interesting enough, life is involved enough, life is whatever is enough. There's enough here to be not needing to create more. And so then what do we do with that? Because if there is a need to create more, if you're on the brink of death, if you're starving or you're thirsty or whatever, you're just struggling, you're just seeking, you need to keep your body alive, right? But if you don't need food, if you don't need water, if you don't need to go anywhere, if you don't need to do anything, how about then? And so this is the place and the position of a yogi. The society and the world is post-scarcity. There's more money, there's more things, there's more. I mean, just look at the side of the road. We just throw stuff away because of how much stuff we have, because of how much there is. So when we practice generosity, we return to post-scarcity, because you can't really practice generosity when you are at the edge of death. When you don't have anything, you can't really give anything. All you can do is maybe surrender, which is very admirable. But you can't give what you don't have. Very naughty, very, very naughty. How about Truther 7777? Tell me about Truther 777. It doesn't matter. Who's this? Who's that? What's going on over there? What are those people doing? What are those people eating? What are those people thinking? What are you thinking? What are you doing? What's going on? Just relax, just be quiet, just shut up. That's what's going on. Don't worry about what Buddhists do. Focus on what you're doing now. Focus on the present action of mind, the present action of speech, the present action of body. And so, in this present action of body or speech or mind, you can do a lot of things. You can try to fight with feelings that you have. You can say that's a bad feeling. You can say I need to get rid of that feeling. You can say I don't like that feeling. Or you can practice to be with that feeling. To allow that feeling to be a source of healing and a source of learning. Oh, no, no, no. Don't be curious about what Buddhists do. That's their business. What you do is your business. What I do is my business. Don't sniff your nose around into other people's business. You really have to kind of get a hold of yourself, get a hold of what you're doing. I want to know what other people do. Take responsibility for what you're doing. Take responsibility for what you're thinking. Take responsibility for what you're saying. It doesn't matter what other people are doing. What other people are doing is their business. Their fault is their fault. Your fault is your fault. We're here to point towards your faults. Focus on your trauma. Focus on your anxiety. Breathe with that. Feel that. Embrace that. As much as you can, as much as you're willing to. There's no such thing as Buddhists. Nor is there such a thing as no such thing as Buddhists. Nor is there such a thing as not there being such a thing as no such thing as Buddhists, etc. So we have to dare to detach. You have to dare to renounce. You have to dare to forgive. You have to dare to make a resolution to be more aware and more free from thoughts, from the tyranny of thoughts, from the tyranny of dualistic thinking. Or else you'll get in big, big trouble. whatever that thought is, whatever that idea is just a thought. Just something that is thought up or assumed up or created up. And it is to be abandoned, forgiven. This is the practice of meditation. When you are doing your own thing in your own time, that's up to you. But when you're coming here to get the instructions on the real meditation practice, this is what you are to do. Renounce thinking. Detach from identity based in thoughts. So then you maybe have no identity. So what do you do with that? What do you do with no identity? You know about the power of thinking. You know that you know about that. You know very well about the power of thinking. But what do you know about the power of not thinking? That's the pointing, that's the teaching here. The power of not thinking, the power of not understanding. Can you dig it? Can you digest not thinking? Can you feel not thinking? Can you be mindful of not thinking? Coffee, chocolate, original. Chocolate, oat milk. Coconut. Excuse me, sir, do you know what this is right here? What are those things?
不懂英文，
No English.
我就是会中国汉语
西西。
啊
阿弥陀佛。
啊
西西。
啊
America.
不懂听不懂。
Some people can't speak English. That's just the reality of life. So what are you going to do? That's a person too. That's a human being too. But they couldn't to understand what you say. So what are you going to do? You have to detach. You're going to write a book about you went into the store one day and there was someone who didn't speak English, or you're going to practice detachment. You're expecting everyone to think like you. You're expecting everyone to do like you. It's just too much expectation, too much reliance on your thoughts. You have to stop doing that. If you want a little bit, you can get a little bit, but not too much. Too much greed. Too much greed, then there is too much anger. Then there is too much delusion. It just goes on and on and on and on. Again and again. Never stops. So this is the stop gap. It's a stop gap because that stopping provides a space. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Okay, good. Very good. Very good, baby. People have many thoughts, but do they have the power? I always talk about, don't I? I always talk about the arm wrestling.
the way of arm wrestling, right? So that there's a lot of people, they said, well, I'm very skillful at arm wrestling, but then you ask them, who did they arm wrestle with? Who did they train with? Who did they practice with? And it turns out they didn't train much, they didn't practice much, they just had a lot of attachment to the idea in their own mind of a special kind of position of superiority, but it's not backed up by experience. Same with all those people, they say, this guy doesn't understand Buddhism. And I say, who are you? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a real Buddhist monk for 7 years. So why don't I get some consideration after all this time? You know what I mean? They think they've got the juice, but do they really have it? We may never know. This one, okay. They have the pay with the phone. I wouldn't put it past myself. But right now I'm more fixated or more interested in becoming enlightened rather than becoming a monk again. Because basically you become a monk because you want to have all the support and the tools necessary to try to become enlightened as much as you can, as quickly as you can. And
You know, through those 7 years of experience, I feel like I have a lot of tools that I now know how to make use of, and you know, to be able to put it into practice in my life without the outward appearance. Although I do still kind of look a little bit strange to maybe the Western eyes. But it's just, there's no idealism. You can go for one of these retreats and it can, you know, the temple and the environment and the practice, it can be like an ideal, you know, context to practice in. It helps you to go deeper into meditation. But really, as you're going deeper into the mind, as you're working to cultivate insight and wisdom and breaking through the more and more subtle attachments and ways of thinking that you have, there's not going to be anything idealistic about it. And it's going to take a lot of time, and a lot of openness, and a lot of patience, and a lot of letting go of conventions and standards for how you judge yourself and judge other people. Well, I would say that this is my life, you know what I mean? And for me, this is the life that I want to live, you know? Could it be more idealistic? Could it be more perfect? Could I somehow become... Hello? Oh, nice to meet you. What's your name? What? What? Evan. Okay, nice to meet you, Evan. My name, Rob. Okay. I come from America. Hi, America. Just a little boy over there looking at the toys. Bye-bye, Evan. No theme. So my, I mean, I would call this my course. You know what I mean? I see different people. Like there's one guy named Frank Yang. He's pretty eccentric, but he's like a bodybuilder and stuff. Some people here might like to check him out. He's a little bit, it's not, I wouldn't join for that kind of thing. I'd love to talk with him and connect with him, but a little bit different from me. You know, and so he'll offer like a 90-day workshop where they have group meetings and things like that. And many places do these meetings and these courses and these Zoom meetings and practices, etc. But for me, you know, I'm teaching, I'm sharing, I'm inviting people to be on this course and this path for 8 hours a day, you know, is what I'm working to do. And seeing how regular that can be and how deeply I can go into that. We have until the end of the month, and then we'll be going to Indonesia because somebody invited me and bought a ticket, some man who runs a temple. So we're going to go to Indonesia and then see what happens from there. I don't know if I'll be able to live stream for 8 hours a day there, but we have the rest of the month to do that. So if you'd like to come and practice and join, you can be here for the live streams. You can also watch the live streams after they've been recorded, you know. And they're meant to be very interesting, you know, like what the heck. So to keep you engaged and keep you involved. And see what happens, see how it goes. I'm always available for people who want to have a discussion or a meeting or something like that, but really everything that I'm sharing here, you can kind of, if you listen closely enough, you can get the point of what I'm sharing and what I have to offer, and that doesn't need to be coursified. To be made use of. Because, like, if I wasn't doing this all day, maybe I'd be indulging in eating, or indulging in watching a movie, or watching TikTok, or God knows what I'd be doing. But when I can be together with the community, practicing and walking around and, you know, sometimes reading through Dhamma teachings and things like that, I can be beyond myself. Yeah. And I would say that that's kind of what the teaching is. That's the experience that I think more people need to have access to, is openness and freeness. And there actually may be a lot more access to openness and freeness than you think. But because there's so many opinions and views and complicated ideas and desires and fears, that we're actually missing out on this access to freedom and openness. And also to see that, like, someone's vulnerability doesn't mean weakness is also an important teaching. And that weakness or strength doesn't need to be about competition. So when I'm here yelling at people and saying, this is my live stream, you know, this is my house, it's kind of a joke. It's also practically true in some ways, but that practicality can also be kind of overrated. You know, like I went to the office of the meditation center nearby my teacher's temple, and they're just sitting there fiddling around. Most temples are tired. They don't have that many things going on. They have a lot of resources and space that aren't being made use of. And, you know, I went in there and said, hey, you know, I'm a disciple of the master. They know my teacher as well. They know the temple that I'm staying at. I told them I'm a meditation teacher. You know, I have a lot of followers, a lot of students, that kind of thing. That's what they understand. I said, hey, you know, you have some space that I could maybe use? And they do have space, I know that. And, you know, their answer is just to put up their hands and say, I don't know what you're talking about. That's ridiculous. When that's really what the point of these spaces is supposed to be, you know, to make use of. But we're so attached to our rites and rituals. We're so attached to our usual way of doing things. We're so busy doing nothing. We're so busy bullshitting ourselves that we don't, you know, to just sit down and talk and explore and see how we can help each other is completely out of the picture. And that's a shame. You know, that's nonsense. And so many places are like that. So many temples are like that. You know, and so I try to tell people, hey, try to find a Buddhist temple near you. Try to find a meditation center near you. But a lot of these places are very closed down and exclusive. You know, they're looking for a very, very particular kind of almost brain dead person to show up and say, you know, how can I pay you money to do a course or to follow your teachings or something like that. And a lot of people just aren't like that. They don't connect with that. It's not accessible for them. I love you so much, Mark. If you were here, you know that I'd give you a big hug and a big kiss, and we would walk together. We would sing songs. Who cares what they think? It's interesting. Somebody comes up, you don't know who they are, they don't know who I am, they don't know what's going on. I'm curious and stepping forward. Let's sit down and talk about it. Are you really that busy? No, probably not. And that's the energy I'm trying to break out of, right? Everybody's always busy. You're so busy. What are you busy doing? Let's sit down. Let's talk. I'm here to be the stopgap, AGG, between people like you who are going around making judgments, value judgments, and are demeaning other people, between you and the children, between you and people who are vulnerable, between you and people who are really curious and open and are ready to explore the teachings. And I am being that stopgap. Because you can see, wow, there's 50 plus people here, there's 70 people here, there's hundreds of people coming in and out of here. So you want to come in and you want to have an opinion. You want to have an opportunity to be seen and heard. You want attention. You want your opinion to be important. Your opinion's not important. You don't have a position of authority here. You can try to call the police, you can try to do whatever you want to do, but it's not going to matter, because this isn't about your thoughts and your beliefs and your attachments. This is about no thoughts, no beliefs, and no attachments. And the madness of calling somebody grasshopper, you don't follow around your student. If you had something deep and meaningful and juicy in your life, you'd be way too busy to follow around some person that you disagree with. It doesn't make any sense. It's just complete nonsense. It's like you knock on somebody else's door of their house and you say, and then we're making up all these ideas. He's this, he's that. You're just pretending and you know it. You're stalking, you're following. It means that you're not the teacher, that you don't have the juice, and you're looking for it, and you're stealing it, right? You're stealing, and then you're saying, hey, look, like you're knocking on somebody else's house and asking them what they're doing there. Better watch out, I'm an American, I carry. So be careful. Be careful what you do. Oh, you're trying to make money. You're trying to sell, I know you're trying to scam people, trick people. How can I scam them? How can I trick them? I'm in the graveyard screaming my head off. What's there to be tricked about? You want people to think you're a smart guy, you're a Buddhist guy? Well, what am I doing in the graveyard screaming my head off? Who's going to support that? Who's going to donate to that? And what do you want, a list? You want a list of the people who make a donation or support me? You're not going to get it, big guy. You want to send out some letters? And this guy, you want to hand out shit sandwiches to the people who are concerned with mindfulness and detachment? Seriously? And it's nothing against anybody personally. Of course, come here and sit and relax, but if you're bringing a nightmare with you, I'm probably going to run away, depending on your openness and your your capacity to be helped and to listen and to share, you know what I mean? That's why for me, I like the beggars. You know what I mean? I like low people. I like people who are at the edge of their rope, who are begging in the street, who are sick and mentally ill, or the children. That was one of my joys is when I was in Bodh Gaya, India, is I would go and sit on the ground with I was a monk at that time, sit on the ground with the beggar children. I mean, these kids are covered in dirt. They're street children. They're beggars. They're the family, tribe of beggars. And just go and sit with them and play and share a meal, buy a meal and put it on the ground and share it together. And then I would post a video, I'd post a picture. Some people would say, how dare you share something like that, exploiting these children for your, for trying to build up your brand or something like that. Those are the kind of people that I like. You know, doesn't mean that I'm going to follow them. You know, what are you going to teach me? You know, follow them to their home or something and try to sleep in the dirt or paint my skin dark. But actually, they do have a lot. There's a lot to learn from them, actually, by being with them. You know, and there's a lot to teach them or share with them by not trying to teach them, but just being with them. And how this way of just being together with everyone, with anything that's not based on these views and thoughts about ourselves and others, how we get this connection to innocence, and how we can be safe and protected by that from all of our fears and our nightmares and our worst case scenarios. You know, they say, well, you did this, this, and this. Yeah, and somebody also might just see you and the way that you look and might lynch you or hit you on the head or something like that. So it's not a world of punishment. We're not working to develop a world of punishment, but a world of, no world of helping. Not always from America, but I think this gets recommended to a lot of people in America. And just relax. Turn off the phone or step back or go and take a bath or whatever you might do. You know? And anonymous, it comes back to that desire, right? You have to be the one that texts yourself. You have to learn how to text yourself. Not just like self-stimulating, eating a bunch of food, masturbating, overwatching media, all that kind of stuff. But to actually be the one that can text yourself, say, I'm here for you, I'm here with you. Wait a minute, calm down, don't go in that direction. You know that that's not the right direction for you to go into. And it takes time, you go slowly. Be patient. It's not all or nothing, you know. Then you're trying to lay off the sweets, and then you get into the box of ice cream, and now you're having this big experience, this big idea. Relax. The problem to begin with is that you weren't able to relax, and now you're moving away from that kind of thing, and you make a mistake or you go backwards. That's the time for renewal. That's exactly what you're here to do. That, you know. People say, why? Why don't you mind your own business? That's also a why. Why did the sun come up? Why are you wearing those glasses? Why are you wearing this? Why did you say that? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? Why? What are you doing here? What do you want? You know what I mean? Nobody, it's, you know, but I have an opinion. I don't care. I don't care that you have an opinion. You know, it's like the women of the world, the beautiful women of the world. You think they care that you have an opinion that you want to share? Oh, I think your body is incredible. Geez Louise, get it together. Just because you have an opinion doesn't mean anything, or you want to have an opinion, or you want something to be explained to you. Yeah, they hear it every day, and it's a nightmare. It's too much. And we have this idea of like, oh, that's a real monk, or that's a real teacher, or this is a real organization. Why do you feel that way? Why do you think that way? Because they have a big temple? Because they look in a particular way? Because you're not able to even sit down and talk with the person that you're lifting up? So it's not that everybody's bad and I'm good, or that I'm bad and everybody else is good. It's not to be lost in this black and white fixation on appearances. This is good and that's bad. This and that are both empty. So is good and bad empty. So it's what can you make use of? And what is your intention? What are you hoping? What are you working to do? I hope you're working to end suffering, to be at peace, to develop right view, to develop samadhi, right? And to learn how to step back from yourself. Because yeah, there's a good point in like, go out there and try things, go out there and share, go out there and do your best. Don't be shy to ask that girl for her number or something like that, right? But in life, this body, there's no hope. There's no hope in any of it. This body is impermanent. Pleasure is impermanent. Pain is impermanent. Everything is impermanent. And so what you're actually seeking after is you're seeking after an appearance. So it might happen, it might not happen, but it is impermanent. And that's where we can find, instead of becoming an incel, or instead of becoming like a toxic, negative version of ourselves because we couldn't get what we want and what other people have, we actually find liberation or freedom in seeing that we don't need to get what we want to be at peace now. And that being at peace now sets the groundwork for not being a lunatic of greed and anger and delusion, and not being so angry and frustrated and confused about the world and how yourself relates to that. Because what we really want is a peace. You can say it like that. You can say abandon all hope and enjoy going down with the ship. Abandon all hope and enjoy going down with the ship. And that's very precious and subtle and wonderful and beautiful, and it just gives you a way to begin dealing with life that's not compulsively in a hurry and based in avoidance and based in seeking. So it's the appearance leading to the end of appearance, isn't it? It's the thought that leads to the end of thought, isn't it? It's the anger that leads to the end of anger, isn't it? So that is right anger, right greed, right delusion. So we learn to be right about everything. We learn to be right about everything and ready for whatever we like to pass away, fade away. You can't keep it. You can't hold on to it. You can't even drive a car without being sure that you won't get in an accident. I am from America, and this comes to the accent thing. Some people were asking about my accent, how my accent changes. From when I graduated high school and went through all kinds of mental illness and a lot of deep down suffering and destabilization of the mind, I eventually found grounding, staying at a Zen Buddhist meditation center when I was 20 years old in New Mexico. I lived there for a year, and eventually it didn't work out. I wasn't able to stay there. And from there, from 21 to 25, I just did what I could to make sense of things and to live. But I wasn't, my life was so much about coping and avoidance and distraction from this deep suffering that was in me. So like when I went to that Zen meditation center when I was 20 and I lived there for a year, I found like a grounding, but there was still so much in me that was suffering, that was turning over. And eventually I found myself to be 25 and made this decision to leave the country and move to Thailand and to become a Buddhist monk. And really from 25 to 32, my ego and my life and my experiences have never been more rich and profound. It's really like I started to live. I started to be myself. I started to experience individuation and independence in becoming a monk. And when I went to Thailand, when I spent those years as a monk, 7 years as a monk, most of the people that I was around either did not speak English at all, or they spoke very broken English. And a lot of people who speak English in that way, rural areas of Asia and things like that, they may pretend to understand you when they don't actually. And for me, I really love communication. I love like direct communication, even if it's, people expect you to put on a show or put on some kind of presentation. But I don't like that. I like to really communicate directly. So my speech patterns and my ways of speaking and my ways of speaking with people that are not necessarily native English speakers, they shift, they move. And especially when I'm talking to someone just out of the blue, I'm not going to speak as if I'm talking to my grandma. I'm going to speak in the way that is the most simplistic, the most basic, the most clear possible. So it's like we have the simplest structure to build on in communication. And for people who want to know more and who want to experience more, this is the video number 1001. So for the past 7 years of me being a monk, there's all kinds of videos and live streams and recordings from classes and teachings, over these past 7 years, guided meditations and everything. I might look a little bit different wearing the monk's robes, and I'm starting to find my voice more and more. And I like to call it like a non-dual Buddhist absurdism. But really, it's about the heart to heart. It's about the communication. It's about the connection. It's about the experience, not the idea, not the name, not the label, even the label of nothing or being complete or whatever. Just a sound. And, some people might be confused in terms of like is this actually related to meditation in some way? Like, is this, what is it that you're teaching? What is it that you're sharing here? And I can't really put that into a box. But what I can say is I'm a very skillful meditation teacher. If I was put in front of 100 traditional Vietnamese Buddhists, and we were going to do a Dhamma Vipassana retreat or Chitta Vipassana or whatever kind of meditation retreat, 10-day Vipassana retreat, I can do it. I can teach traditional meditation. So now this is in Malaysia. We're here in Malaysia now. Not everybody is on the same, not everybody has the same degree of depth or the same degree of wisdom or the same degree of compassion or the same degree of capacity to be authentic or the same degree of capacity to be unbiased. So if we're just scrolling and scrolling through shorts, we're going to find a lot of AI slop, a lot of nonsense. If we're just scrolling and scrolling through live streams, we're going to find a lot of people who've never practiced meditation or have never investigated or looked deeply into their mind. So it's not a matter of better or worse, it's just that everything is not equal just because that's what's usual. Right? So if we're watching a video of AI slop, well, there's not much to connect with there. If we're watching a video of someone who's live streaming and debating people about Trump, there's not much to connect with there in terms of the heart. And this is all about connection and safety through vulnerability. That's not about the stories that we tell about ourselves that we have to deal with, or the stories that other people tell about the world or us, ourselves. Just know that this is not about that you don't have permission to do that here. No. Like a spiritual kingdom that doesn't care about the warlords and the opinion holders and the judges and the executioners and the juries and whatever. Who cares if you're guilty or you're not guilty, or you did this or you did that, or this happened to you, or whatever. You are here, you have arrived, you are home in the ultimate. This is where I dwell, this is where you dwell, this is what this place is about, period. No discussions, no debate, no excuses, no cost, no price, no schedule. That is in the way of limitlessness. It's inclusive of those other things. So we have to deal with whatever comes up, but it's not about those things. People, the person was saying about, you have no life, you're always on here live streaming. If it was possible, I would be live streaming 24/7. It's just technologically that's not accessible. Amitofo.
Sama minta bau satu ya. Beli dua. What is your yours?
Oh, it's mine. It's mine. Oh, it's mine.
Una that's all. Yeah.
Bukunya dibuang apa?
Okay, thank you, Pirate.
No, just because this little shop, the parents bring their children here. It's very colorful, many snacks and things like that. So a lot of babies in there. Am I considering to date a meditation queen? No, I'm not. I'm considering to practice mindfulness and detachment. And really, you have to date yourself before you can date anybody else. And learn to practice self-sacrifice, learn to practice generosity more seriously. Because these things seem all sweet and nice and innocent, but what they become, this kind of unbridled and, limitless justification for lust and passion and desire, it's very dangerous. It leads us away from our capacity to do the work of healing that we've yet to do. And dating is overrated. Exactly, 100%. Sneering and judging and conniving and planning. The most important relationship that you will ever be in is the relationship that you have with yourself. This is not meant to be interpersonal. This is to be connected in a way that's not about the person, or in a way that is beyond the person, beyond the identity, beyond the story that we have about ourselves, beyond the story that we have about others. And you will get it. You will get it for sure. You will get back what you do. But this is not a place for flirting. If anything, this is a place for the cutting off of desire. The cutting off of thinking about people, especially me, especially you. And you may be younger or you may be new to this kind of way, so you have to be even more careful. You have to be even more serious about practicing generosity. You want to express affection, you want to express support, make a donation, make an offering to the teacher. don't tell the teacher how handsome they are is just not a good way to go. I already have this kind of situation, you know, people get lost in infatuation. Well, it's not really the point of this. And in fact, that being a part of it is very dangerous. So you shouldn't confuse yourself. It is surrender, it is self-sacrifice, not interpersonal, not transactional. The only reason that I would care if this is appealing is because that gives you a chance to practice and be interested in the path. But it's not the point. Our ego is always going to try to justify what we think about this and what we think about that. So don't think this about that and don't think that about this. Very tricky, very sneaky. And you really want to generate that kind of energy of giving and self-sacrifice, because there comes a time when the only thing to do is to suffer, or the only thing to do is practice meditation in silence, or the only thing to do is to sit there and be there with your vulnerability, right? With your inner trauma, with your inner turmoil. And if you build this relationship with the teacher based on pleasantness or infatuation or their good qualities, you're missing out on what they actually have to offer, which is forgiveness and uninvolvement and unentanglement. Am I really the teacher? Are you really the student? No. It's just an appearance, it's just a thought, just another idea. And, you know, for all of us, we have because the ego, for the desire, for the lust, for the fear, especially for the positive, negative qualities, like our desire that gets out of control. We want heroin, then we don't even want heroin, we want fentanyl. Etc. So it just lead us on and lead us on and lead us on. So don't be led on. But my ego's not on the chopping block here. Your ego is. Right? It's like if you're doing your meditation class and somebody raises their hand and says, you know, I'm here to take a position of authority. You say, you know, you already paid, sir. You've already signed the contract. So we're signing a contract and being a participant of listening. And that's the thing. We want to be the teacher, or we want to be the get what we want-er. Because we idealize it, or we believe that there's such a thing as the ego to be dissolved. So that is what perpetuates the ego. So you should just be like a cow. And I will see you just like a cow. A stinky cow, a rotten cow. One of the things that we can do, Allison, is we can contemplate forgiveness. So what needs to be forgiven, right? Bad things need to be forgiven. But why is it bad? Is it bad because it hurt you? Why did it hurt you? Because it felt painful? Maybe for someone else it felt very pleasurable. So the forgiveness is actually in terms of entanglement. It's in terms of attachment. Willing to detach, willing to abandon, willing to surrender in a non-interpersonal way. Willing to go with the flow. To dance with the nightmare of life. As it is. But you can also share, you can share more, Allison. That's an interesting point that you brought up. Cool drugs, yes. But of course, it's no laughing matter, the fentanyl crisis in the US. Okay, you got it. Yeah, lifetime practice. Peaceful, aware. And to recognize our own consent. That there's no choice to be here or not to be here is a real action that you're taking. So you can question, why am I here? What am I getting from this? What do I see in this person? What is this teaching? You know, put it through its paces within your mind. So you waste less time in just, hanging out. Because we've got to put a lot of work forward. We got to put a lot of big steps forward before we can just be hanging out. I'll have to listen to Eckhart Tolle again, because I've always had a big aversion to Frank Yang, he's got a big YouTube channel. He's like a fitness spiritualist. But I watched one of his videos last night, and I had much less aversion than I did before. There's a pack of wild dogs in the street. And Eckhart Tolle actually is a starting point for me. I got started in spirituality with like Alan Watts and Eckhart Tolle, experiencing like some psychedelic when I was 19, 18, and took refuge and felt the value of Alan Watts and how he was talking about things. Yeah, Frank Yang, that's right. So, I don't know. I don't know so much about him or what his deal is, but definitely has a lot of experience and a lot of practice in his own way. These pack of wild dogs. They're just babies, but well, now they're being not so angry, huh? Always changing. Right? Remember, I just walked by. I walked by recently. They were pouncing right towards me. Yeah, Ram Dass is nice too, but see, that's a certain kind of spirituality that a little bit rough on the cuff, having relationships with your students, teaching like free sex and free love and that kind of thing. I don't know. That's not really I don't like that so much. But that was his time, that was his era. That's what they really enjoyed and really were involved with. Hello. This is not about free sex and free love, etc. This is more like, let's consider about the children. Let's consider about the people in need and the reality of the sickness, the old age, the death. Okay. Time to come to an end. You are welcome to bring your hands together and repeat after me. May all beings be well, happy, and peaceful. May all beings be free from suffering. May all beings be free from non-practical, complicated thinking. During this live stream, this coming together, we have experienced and brought up and accumulated many good states of mind, planted many good seeds concerned with being free from suffering. And it's sure that these seeds in this life or the next, or who knows when, will bear fruits. We would like to dedicate these fruits of our meritorious actions towards all beings everywhere. We would like to vow to not hoard, accumulate, or seek out the development of merits only for ourselves, but instead to offer out whatever it is that we have that's good towards all beings in all directions, especially those in suffering. May all beings in suffering receive the merits of peacefulness, fearlessness, and kindness. May our paths be supported by all beings, and may our path support all beings. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly be. And to finish, everyone, you can chant together with me. It's this word sadhu. It's an old Pali Buddhist word, and it means well done, good job, everyone. And it also means may it be. So we can say this, this Buddhist word together to end our practice. Okay? Are you ready? Take a deep breath in. Say it together with me. Sadhu. 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 Okay. Be well, friends. Be safe. Be protected. See you again soon. Bye.